Always, man.
We have you all stand for this first song.
Love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you, oh my soul, rejoice, take joy, my King, in what you hear. Let it be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. I love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you, oh my soul, rejoice, take joy, my King, in what you hear. Let it be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. We exalt thee, Ahaya, we exalt thee, O Most High. We exalt thee, Ahaya, we exalt thee, Ahaya, we exalt thee, O Most High. I love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you, oh my soul, rejoice, take joy, my King, in what you hear. Let it be a sweet, sweet sound in your ear. We exalt thee, Ahaya, we exalt thee, Ahaya, we exalt thee, O Most High. We exalt thee, Ahaya, we exalt thee, Ahaya, we exalt thee, O Most High. We exalt thee, Ahaya, we exalt thee, Ahaya, we exalt thee, O Most
Let's pray on it.
In the name of Yeshua and the Holy Spirit. Abanawa, Sheba Shemaya, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Ahaya, Malakwaka, Taba'a, Ratazawanka, Haya, Aisha, Ba, Rataza, Koa, Haya, Bashamaya. Shemaya, Tan and Lawa, Lacham Kayawan, Wasalach Nawa, Kababat Nawa, Kasalach Nawa, Kababat Yanawa, Wala Tawaya Nawa, Wala Sayawan, Aba, Hoshinawa, Manrai Kayalakam Lakwa, Wahala Wahataka Arak, La Awalamia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done. On earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us of our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Shemai, Yasha Allah, Ahaya, Allahayna, Ahaya, Achad. Shemai, Yasha Allah, Ahaya, Allahayna, Ahaya, Achad. Shemai, Yasha Allah, Ahaya, Allahayna, Ahaya, Achad. Hear, O Israel, the Most High our power, Ahaya, Ahaya, is one.
And God spoke all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor the stranger that's within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day, and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not covet. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his donkey, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And all the people said, Amen. All right. I'm gonna have to turn get these guys to turn the heat up. All right, we're gonna continue with our men's reading. I know a lot of men are probably missing today, but what we'll do is let's see what we're working with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we'll go with us 6. So I think I'll go after the last two of you guys. I'll go, then you go. And we'll keep it going. All right, then. So let's continue with our men's reading. I believe today we are picking up from the book of Ecclesiasticus, also known as the book of Sirach. We are reading chapter, I believe, 19 and 20 today. And let's proceed.
Shalom, family. Shalom, family. Shalom.
Oh, it's probably, is it turned on?
Shalom, family. Reading from Sirach or Ecclesiasticus, that's in the Apocrypha, chapter 19, verse 1. A laboring man that is given to drunkenness shall not be rich, and he that comes small things shall fall by little and little. Wine and women will make men of understanding to fall away, and he that cleaveth to harlots will become impudent. Moths and worms shall have him to heritage, and a bold man shall be taken away. He that is hasty to give credit is light-minded, and he that sinneth shall offend against his own soul. Whoso taketh pleasure in wickedness shall be condemned, but he that resisteth pleasures crowneth his life. He that can rule his tongue shall live without strife, and he that hateth babbling shall have less evil. Rehearse not unto another that which is told unto thee, and thou shalt fare never the worse. Whether it be to a friend or to foe, talk not of other men's lives, and if thou canst without offense, reveal them not.
Shalom.
Jermaine, picking up from verse 9. For he heard and observed thee, and when time cometh, he will hate thee. If thou hast heard a word, let it die with thee, and be bold, it will not burst thee. A fool travaileth with a word, as a woman in labor of a child. As an arrow that sticketh in a man's thigh, so is a word within a fool's belly. Admonish a friend, it may be he hath not done it, and if he have done it, that he do it no more. Admonish thy friend, it may be he hath not said it, and if he have, that he speak it not again. Admonish a friend, for many times it is a slander, and believe not every tale. There is one that slippeth in his speech, but not from his heart. And who is he that hath not offended with his tongue? Admonish thy neighbor before thou threaten him, and not being angry, give place to the law of the Most High. The fear of the Lord is the first step to be accepted of him, and wisdom obtaineth his knowledge, is love. The knowledge of the commandments of the Lord is the doctrine of life, and they that do things that please him shall receive the fruit of the tree of immortality.
Continuing at number 20. The whole wisdom in the fear of the Lord, and in all wisdom is the fullness of the law. The knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom, nor is there prudence in the counsel of sinners. There is a cleverness that is detestable, and there is a fool who merely lacks wisdom. (22) The knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom, neither at any time the counsel of sinners prudence. There is a wickedness, and the same an abomination, and there is a fool wanting in wisdom. He that hath small understanding and feareth God is better than one that hath much wisdom and transgresseth the law of the Most High. There is an exquisite stability and the same is unjust. And there is one that turneth aside to make judgment appear, and there is wise man that justifieth in judgment. There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly he is full of deceit, casting down his countenance and making as if he heard not. Where he is not known, he will do thee a mischief before thou be aware. And if for want of power he be hindered from sinning, yet when he findeth opportunity, he will do evil. A man may be known by his look, and one that hath understanding by his countenance. When thou meetest him, a man's attire and excessive laughter and gait show what he is.
All right, any questions on what we just read? Any questions? Brother Kim?
Verse 7 and 8.
7 and 8.
Please. Want to read, Paul?
Yeah.
Verse 7. Rehearse not unto another that which is told unto thee, and thou shalt not never fear the worst. Whether it be to a friend or a foe, talk not of other men's lives. And if thou canst without offense, reveal them not.
All right. So I want to kind of open up, because this is what I wanted to highlight as well. What's being said here, guys? Anybody, what's being said here? Read it for me. Read it.
Verse 7. Rehearse not unto another that which is told unto thee, and thou shalt fear never the worst. Whether it be to a friend or a foe, talk not of other men's lives, and if thou canst without offense, reveal them not.
All right. What's the offense? Brother Benai, you don't see it. You got the answer right in front of you. Yeah? Brother? Right here?
If you tell me something, it's between you and I,
Yeah.
no, and unless you give me permission to talk about it, I should keep my mouth closed.
All right. Now, this is where I'm going to disagree. And that's why I highlighted this. Brother Paul? I want to brother, okay, let me not use anybody. But somebody's going to die. Should he say something?
Yes.
Right? But according to what we just read, he's not supposed to tell nobody. Or another example, you know what? I don't like that person there. You know, I have a problem with that person there, or, you know, or, so, you know, there has to be a full understanding of what's being said here. Because I said, I've seen this used in cases where somebody's dealing with something contrary to the Most High. Meaning, yes, we all have shortcomings, and, you know, us talking to one another about our shortcomings, that's not news to carry. But we have areas where we know, like, hatred of one another and these things and whatnot, and we'll use scriptures, oh, I know the person feels this way about that person, but I can't tell nobody because that's gossiping. And that's not what the Most High is saying here. So it actually says, without offense. Now, that without offense, what it's actually speaking about is as long as it's not going to put you in offense with the Most High or with the law of the Most High. right? You want to say something, Brother Barrow?
Yeah, also, just to add to what you're saying, the precept says talk not of other men's lives, right?
Yeah.
The examples you gave was, someone talking about another brother, right?
Yes.
Or to do harm to someone else. But when it says not another man's lives, that could go into like their testimonies, right? The struggles that they go through, which I see, you want to keep as a secret, right? Because it doesn't affect anybody else outside of the individual.
I mean, that's only so far fair. Why? Because sin, in the end of the day, sin always affects. I mean, as Israelite, it affects us as a community as well, right?
Yeah, common, just saying like the discernment, right? Like,
Yeah,
you're
but
not
I'm
free.
just, no, I see what you're saying, and I don't want to dismiss what you're saying. It's just that, like for instance, when we went into AI, one man sinned, and that one man caused us all to feel that sin. You know what I mean?
Okay, common.
So on a bigger scale, it does play a factor. We're not necessarily under that rod right now, but when you get to the desert, these decisions, one's decision may affect the multitude. You know what I mean? But I just want to kind of focus on what's being said here. And what's being said here, and I'm going to get you to read it out of the annotated, just to clear it up. Yeah.
All right, so out of the annotated, Surah 19 and 7. Never repeat a conversation, and you will lose nothing at all. With friend or foe, do not report it. And unless it would be a sin for you, do not reveal it.
All right? So unless it will be a sin, unless it's become sinful unto you now, then you have to reveal it. Because now you're held, now it's being held against you. So this is the part where we have to understand the difference, because some people are using this as a quote to hide other people's, I'm going to say sin, so to speak. But, the Bible makes clear, it's not, if it becomes a sin unto you, you have to do it. You have to try to make the situation right. Whether it's say, hey, you know what, brother? We can't stay here. I have to correct you on this. You know what I mean? Where, let's have a meeting, let's do something, but we have to find a solution. Because if I'm not my brother's keeper, then clearly I'm part of being my brother's destroyer as well. So that's where it can become sin unto us. Right? Where we will, in law, I believe they call that aiding and abetting. God? I believe so? Right? Aiding and abetting. Because you saw the crime, you knew about that, but you did nothing to prevent the scenario. Right? So, want to clarify that, because I said this is something we've seen in the past. And to have the right understanding means a lot. Right? Anything else though? Verse 15.
Admonish a friend, for many times it is slander, and believe not every tale.
Why is this important? Why is this so important that we do not believe every tale? Anybody?
That's all misinterpretations and people's reputations get destroyed.
100%. Right? So, by us, just looking at it from a big scale, major scale, we're looking at, we'll look at Kyrie Irving for a second. If what you find is that if a lot of people, I was listening to some interviews, so basically, one of the persons, they were asking a question, and they were asking everybody who felt a way about how Kyrie Irving was being spoken about in the media. The interviewer asked him, said, did any of you guys actually go and watch the film? And nobody watched the film. But everybody had a perspective based on everybody else's narrative of what they've said. So because of that, they felt a way that wasn't necessarily based on truth, just based on someone's narrative of how they perceive things. Now, I've seen it, I've seen scenarios, and I've been in scenarios where I've said something or somebody said something to me, said something about me, and if I didn't do my due diligence to actually go and say, hey, let's talk about this, you know, then me and that person would have been at odds with one another, or that person would have been at odds with me. But a lot of times you find out by actually doing that, like actually, you know, go to your neighbors, speak to them, see what's going on. You actually really realize that what you guys, you know, what you guys could have been disputing about was actually really nothing. It was really foolishness. And then at the same time, say if it was the case, then at least now you know that that was the true intent behind it. But a lot of times we, you know, accept what, you know, someone told us without us doing our due diligence. Because I'm telling you, I've seen scenarios where somebody said something, and it wasn't necessarily from a mean place or out of hatred. They just said something. But the person who heard it took it away, and now they carry that to you, and then now you feel away based on how that person told you the story. And then when you go back to the person's like, no, I didn't even mean it that way. I was just giving, and then you're looking at it like, oh, okay, that's foolishness. But if we never do that, we fall victim to the game. All we have is the adversary in our head saying, oh, that person spoke about you, and how dare they say this about you? And we go there on the defensive. So, as I said, I've seen it in so many different ways, and this is why Christ even says, your brother, friend, you go and speak to him privately. It's the same, this is actually the same standard that he's said in the New Testament. Because you'll find many, who hasn't slipped with their tongue? Anybody has not slipped with their tongue? Everybody never said, oh, I probably should have said that. I do that all the time, I'll tell you that. But, you know, it's also part of our growth. Because, for instance, say if I did say something that was a slip of the tongue. And nobody comes and tells me that, hey, Deacon, what you said. How am I going to grow? How am I going to be, okay, you know what? I never looked at it from that perspective. You got a point there. And I can be more effective from the wisdom that you shared with me. But if we never give each other that opportunity, then as I said, we're not helping one another. Right? Continue to read that same part there. Because it says, give heed to the law. 17.
Admonish thy neighbor before thou threaten him, and not being angry, give place to the law of the Most High.
And not being angry, giving place to the law of the Most High. What law is being spoken here? Right here?
Is it what Christ taught us about how to confront people?
In the gist of things, but we're going to assume, we're not even going to assume, we know that, for instance, the book of Sirach came before Christ, right? So when it's speaking about the law here, it's actually speaking about something we could actually find in Leviticus. But what Christ taught clearly was the same spirit of the law, was of the law, right? But let's go Leviticus. Leviticus chapter... I believe I had it highlighted. Chapter 17, let me see. 19, verse 17.
Leviticus 19 and 17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt anywise rebuke thy neighbor, and suffer not sin upon him.
Right? So, by us carrying out, going to thy neighbor, admonish him, ask him, question him, say, hey, did you say this? Hey, you know, this is what's going on, whatnot. By us doing that, it's actually fulfilling this law by going to thy brother and not allowing us to have hate because we had the opportunity to speak about it. And say if it doesn't if it doesn't work out accordingly, we always have the following steps that Christ has given us after that. But by us speaking about it, it gives room for us to resolve problems without there being hatred amongst us. Because hatred of your brother is according to the Bible, it's against the law of the Most High. Right? Verse 18. Right? So that's what's being spoken about there, right? But I said I've seen this in so many situations where a simple conversation can work wonders to resolve problems. But because everybody's in their emotions and feeling the way, nobody wants to have a conversation. No one wants to have a conversation. You know, I know sometimes as men, we don't want to have conversations. But that's the growth that in so many cases we need, to be able to talk about it. Right now you're seeing so many different wars between communities, and I'm talking about the urban communities. A lot of wars, and all of this is happening because nobody wants to have a conversation to talk about what's the problem, right? Anything else? I'll take one more from this chapter, then we'll move on. Bergerac? 29 and 30.
Verse 29. A man may be known by his look, and one that hath understanding by his countenance, when thou meetest him. A man's attire and excessive laughter and gait show what he is.
You asked me, basically. I'm trying not to speak too boldly on this. And I'll just read it and annotate it as well. It says, a person is known by his appearance, and a sensible person is known when first met, face to face. A person attired and hearty laughter, and the way he walks shows what he is. Now, I'm not at this level yet. And I'm saying, what I mean by that, I'm not at this level yet. But what I can say is, through time, through experience, you can be around somebody. Like, for instance, I can, and it's hard because part of it is like, time kind of confirms that. But I can be around somebody and I can hear somebody, and within the first 10 minutes, I kind of have an idea of what that person is. There's been scenarios where I've been a little bit wrong, or I've been humble. But I believe there's a certain wisdom that we get where, by what somebody says, how they can carry themselves, whether how they dress, that can give us a small insight on the person. I'm going to say for me, I haven't mastered that full cross, but I can hear when somebody talks. I can hear I can examine by their what's the word, demeanor? Body language, yeah, demeanor, all of that. I can kind of get an idea of, okay, am I dealing with a strong-spirited person? Am I dealing with a person that doesn't have much temperance? Am I dealing with a person that's maybe a little bit rough around the edges and, through the word of the Most High? You can get that. Am I dealing with someone that said, well, I don't really trust this guy? We can get that. I think the wisdom that I can take, and that's going to another precept, is that I don't judge a man off of his appearance, right? Because, for instance, a lot of what Israel used to do, and it might sound like I'm contradicting myself, but I'll show you what I mean. I don't justify a man by his appearance, because a lot of times what Israel did is, he looked good, he should be our king. He has long hair, he's tall, he should be our king. And the Most High doesn't look at men that way. He looks at men by the hearts of men, right? So, if I see a person where, like, for instance, I don't want to pick on no churches or whatever. But you go some churches, and it's like suit, and nothing wrong with the suit, but they live for that. And it reflects in the ministry where You come with suit and tie, you're blessed. But yet, if you don't have a suit and tie, you don't really fit in. And it becomes like that. You know what I mean? So, you know, there's some cases where, as I said, you'll have guest speakers come in, and they're speaking a bunch of foolishness, but the way they dress and carry themselves and whatnot, they're accepted. So, I haven't fully, I'm going to say I'm not there yet, where I can tell if a man, you know, sometimes I can tell if a man laughs and I say, boy, that laugh is irritated. But I don't condemn him because of his laugh. And I'm saying I don't have the wisdom, I'm not there yet to fully answer this one here. And I humble myself to say that, right? But anybody else who wants to touch on this? Anybody? Any experience that you guys have seen where this kind of, you know, you can shed some light on this particular thing? Anybody? Right here.
Well, just a picture of Christ himself, right?
Yeah.
He was not like the most handsome man ever. No, and it speaks so in the Bible.
I mean, he carried himself very simple, right? Anybody else, though, have seen this? Now, I've more seen this, as I said, where, you know, churches that I've been to in the past, we would have guest speakers. And if you actually listen to some of the guest speakers, they're saying they're actually doing a lot more damage to the gospel. Like, for instance, I remember we had a guest speaker. Remember Douglas Jacoby? Douglas Jacoby. By the time we were done the whole sermon, we didn't know if up was down and down was up. So he came in and he brought in different belief systems. So one belief system was like, the earth is the center and everything revolves around the earth. And we know that to be true. That's what the Bible says, right? Then he came in with the next one. This is the same sermon. Well, there's also people that believe that, you know, the earth is million light years and this, and they're saying, okay, by the time you're done with it, long story short, you're like, which one is it? Is it the earth, everything revolves around the earth, or is it light years away? And by the time it's all said and done, everybody was like, amen. and I'm like, let me ask him after the sermon about this. You know what I mean? So I'm saying at times is that, you know, by being able to listen to what a person says kind of helps us, and for me, helps me to kind of understand what I'm dealing with. Sometimes, as I said, how they carry themselves, you can kind of see it at times. But I'm still growing in that department because at the same time, I don't want to just write off everybody because they seem ignorant or arrogant, or I can see for them it's a fashion thing, and I don't want to write them off because, you know, some of that's a lot of us, you know, we're coming from something, and I believe the Most High is who's gonna kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of straighten out those imperfections that we see within us, right? Well, how I look at this is, I got to be careful on how I carry myself in the eyes of people. So, for instance, if I'm very talkative and proud, someone might read the scripture and be like, I think this is talking about my deacon. Or, you guys ever, like, for instance, like, what I do is I read scriptures. You'll read a scripture and they'll talk about, you know, a talkative person and whatnot. And then you're actually around a talkative person. And then, you know, the Bible says, like, it gives me the wisdom to say, okay, this could be a potential candidate for what's being spoken here. But only time will tell, right? And then only time will tell. But the Bible gives me the wisdom to kind of have the radar to say, okay, this is a possibility that I might be dealing with an arrogant person, or I might be dealing with a conceited person, or whatnot, right? But as I said, at the end of the day, the hearts of men will reveal themselves. You will know everybody by their fruits. And I think that's the ultimate, you know, thing that we have to consider is their fruits. So if you're a person who you dress good and you got a weird laugh, I'm just judging you by your fruits. And, you know, as I said, I'll leave that there, right? So Good. Thank you for the question, brother. But even that one's above me right now. All right. Let's move to the next chapter, though. Yeah, turn it on.
Hello. Shalom, everyone. Brother Kwabena, picking up at Ecclesiasticus 20. There is a reproof that is not comely. Again, some man holdeth his tongue, and he is wise. It is much better to reprove than to be angry secretly, and he that confesseth his fault shall be preserved from hurt. How good is it when thou art reproved to show repentance, for so shalt thou escape willful sin. As is the lust of a eunuch to the flower of virgin, so is he that executeth judgment with violence. There is one that keepeth silence and is found wise, and another by much babbling becometh hateful. Some man holdeth his tongue because he hath not to answer, and some keepeth his silence, knowing his time. A wise man will hold his tongue till he see opportunity, but a babbler and a fool will regard no time. He that useth many words shall be abhorred, and he that taketh to himself authority therein shall be hated. There is a sinner that hath good success in evil things, and there is a gain that turneth to loss. There is a gift that shall not profit thee, and there is a gift whose recompense is double. Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, family. We'll pick up at verse 11. There is an abasement because of glory, and there is that lifted up his head from a low estate. There is that buyeth much for little, and repayeth it sevenfold. A wise man by his words maketh himself beloved, but the graces of fools shall be poured out. The gift of a fool shall do thee no good when thou hast it, neither yet of envious for his necessity, for he looketh to receive many things for one. He giveth little and upbraideth much. He openeth his mouth like a crier. Today he lendeth, and tomorrow he will ask it again. Such a one is to be hated of God and man. The fool saith, I have no friends. I have no thank for all my good deeds. And they that eat my bread speak evil of me. How oft and how many shall he be laughed to scorn? For he knoweth not aright what it is to have, and it is all one unto him as if he had it not. To slip upon pavement is better than to slip with the tongue. So the fall of the wicked shall come speedily. An unseasonable tale will always be in the mouth of the unwise. A wise sentence shall be rejected when it cometh out of a fool's mouth, for he will not speak it in due season.
Picking up from verse 21. There is that is hindered from sinning through want, and when he taketh rest, he shall not be troubled. There is that destroyeth his own soul through bashfulness, and by accepting of persons overthrows himself. There is that for bashfulness promises to his friends, and makes him his enemy for nothing. A lie is a foul blot in a man, yet it is continually in the mouth of the untaught. A thief is better than a man that is accustomed to lie, but they both shall have destruction to heritage. The disposition of a liar is dishonorable, and his shame is ever with him. A wise man shall promote himself to honor, with his words, and he that has understanding will praise, he that has understanding will please great men. He that tilleth his land shall increase his heat, and he that pleases great men shall get pardon from iniquity. Presents and gifts blind the eyes of the wise, and stop up his mouth that he cannot reprove. Wisdom that is hid, and treasure that is hoarded up, what profit is in them both? Better is he that hideth his folly than a man that hides his wisdom. Necessary. Thank you, brother. Necessarily. I can't even say the word right now. Necessarily.
Necessary.
Thank you. Necessarily. Patience is seeking the Lord is better than he that leadeth his life without a guide. That's it. Shalom. All right. Any questions on what we just read? Anything anyone want to highlight? 6 and 7.
Surah 6 and 7. And 8. Some man holdeth his tongue because he hath not to answer, and some keepeth silence knowing his time. A wise man will hold his tongue till he see opportunity, but a babbler and a fool will regard no time. He that useth many words shall be abhorred, and he that taketh to himself authority therein shall be hated.
All right. Anyone? Because this is like priceless wisdom. So it says, I mean, we already know what it says. But can anybody give me an example of this? Anybody? A wise man will hold his tongue till he sees an opportunity, but a babbler and a fool will regard no time. Give me an example of this. And hold on. And I want us to take, because really and truly, we have to take verses 1 to 7 all into consideration, because they all go together. Because it says, there is a reproof that is uncomely, and again some man holds his tongue, and he is wise. Right? So all of this actually goes together. Then we get Brother Caleb, and I get Brother Zahar.
No, sometimes. I used to be like that. No, we think we have to know everything. So every subject that comes about, oh, I can talk about that. I'm an expert at that, right? We want to be expert at everything, and it's not available. Nobody is.
Yeah. So you're saying there's times where, and you know, I've experienced that, and sometimes I even catch myself like, am I talking too much? But it's like the wisdom that the Most High gives us is like we want to share it with everybody, but at the same time, it's like sometimes with us sharing it, we're correcting everybody else because we know so much already, rather than just hearing what that person has to say. And, you know, kind of building from there, it's like we shut down every conversation that doesn't align with our conversation. And that can come across very arrogant. And it can come across, even amongst, as I said, even amongst us, sometimes I catch myself, I'm like, oh, shut up, Deacon, shut up. Because, you know, you don't want to come across as in, you know everything. And they don't know nothing, you know? So that's definitely wisdom there. But, Oxahari, where are you going with this? right? So let me ask you guys this. And I want to read, let's just read 1 to 6 again, and let's tie all of this together, because this is the question I want to ask.
Sirach 20, verse 1. There is a reproof that is not comely. Against some man holdeth his tongue, and he is wise.
So what is a reproof that is not comely? Anybody?
A rebuke?
Correction that is not timely. Give me an example of correction that is not timely. Right, kid.
Well, if somebody comes in the church and is not wearing what most of us are wearing, we say, oh, you're not wearing this. That's untimely.
Huh. Right? And I've seen scenarios, like we've seen scenarios in times past where it's like, and we have to understand, people are coming amongst us and they don't get this yet. They don't understand this yet. So there's times where it's like, a sister will come amongst us or a brother will come amongst us. A sister doesn't have her head covered. We've experienced this, and it's part of it's learning. A sister doesn't have her head covered. And we did this in time past where, other sisters, looking out for the sister, kind of took it upon themselves and said, oh, let's cover her head. And that person was like, they felt so embarrassed, so to speak, off of that. And they're like, I don't think I want to do this. It's kind of uncomely, right? Or we had a scenario, brother wear their hat. And we're like, okay, we're about to pray, guys. All the brothers take off their hat. And that brother didn't get the memo to take off his hat. And the brother looking at him, all brothers take off their hat. All brothers take off their hat. And I'm saying, he's right. But maybe we want to have this conversation after with this person. You know what I mean? But we've done that. We've all done that. And I understand it as at times. Part of it's growth as well. But I'll give you some of the ones that sometimes we don't understand. I'll use some weird scenarios. You're at a funeral. Someone just passed. And, you may have that one family member that they don't care. They just, whatever's on their mind at that time, they're going to say it. So at a funeral, they didn't like how their plate was dished out. And they choose to make this, no, I have to say it. I have to tell my mind, I have to tell you how I feel about my plate. And they're not taking consideration that we're at a funeral here. And it might not be the best time to focus on this plate right now. That's untimely. That's uncommon. You actually it looks bad on you. Right? You have times where, we can add that here. We may have events going on or whatnot. Might not be the best time right now during this event right now to deal with this. You can deal with it later, right? I've done this before where in the middle of class, I tell you guys about this story. Middle of class. This is a long time. My wife's saying, yes, you told this story. Because I abuse this story. But I pick on myself that way. I don't pick on nobody else right now, right? But in the middle of the class, the person said something. The person who was running the class, they said something. It bothered me. I got up in the middle of class. I have a problem with this. And, your intentions could be good, but the way you went about it was wrong. And I learned about it. My intentions were good, because I was fighting up for the oppressed, for those that were I was fighting up for, that's how I felt in my mind. You can't be bullying the congregation. No, it's not happening, But I was wrong. And that was uncommon. So there's times where we can do this, and a lot of times, you know what ends up happening? Our feelings. Our feelings is hurt. Somebody said something that pricked us, and because we cannot control how we feel, it comes out as it's like a burst of emotions. We have to let it go. We have to release this. But the reality is because we haven't learned to really control our emotions. So it's not bad that it made you feel bad. I mean, the Bible says be angry, but sin not. So it's not bad that what was said upset you. It's bad that it got you to react the way you react. And that's the whole idea of we have to have the wisdom to know when's the right time to pull your brother and sister aside and have this conversation. But continue read there.
Verse 2. It is better to reprove than to be angry secretly.
Right? So it's better to say something at the appropriate time than to have these things built up in your heart. That's what's being said here. Because we understand these things being built up in your heart will start to tear away at your heart and make you a bitter person. So that's not what's being said here. Go on.
And he that confesseth his faults shall be preserved from hurt.
Right? Go on. And that's why you have to correct him. Because he who, you bringing what bothered you to that person's going to say, you know what, brother, honestly, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. Da-da-da. That person's also being forgiven because, they were going down, going down a path or dealing with an ignorance or saying something out of ignorance that they didn't even know. But it helps them. Going back to helping your brother as well, right? Go on. Or your sister. Go on.
How good is it when thou art reproved to show repentance?
Go on.
For so shalt thou escape willful sin.
Go on.
As is the lust of a eunuch to deflower a virgin, so is he that executeth judgment with violence.
What verse?
Verse 4. Verse 5. There is one that keepeth silence and is found wise, and another by babbling becometh hateful. By much babbling, becometh hateful. Some men holdeth his tongue because he hath not an answer, and some keepeth silence knowing his time.
Right? So let's examine this for a second. So there is one that keepeth silent and is found wise. Husbands, can you think of moments? Wives, can you think of moments? And I'll give you some examples. And this is why, the Bible tells us to have, as we strive for perfection, to have a cage over our mouth. Probably it's pretty much a filter over our mouth. Every word that comes out of our mouth, we want to be mindful of what's being said. So I'll give you guys some wisdom in terms of sometimes when it's best to hold our mouths. Let me think on what I would say here. But there's times where I do from two approaches. We'll do husband and wife, and then we'll do it with just one another. So there's times where, as men, we could say something, and we don't mean to be hurtful what we're saying. It's just that the way we probably say it or whatnot comes out in a way that can be seen, can be taken out of context, so to speak, right? And as a man, we have to have the wisdom to say, you know what? Better I don't say that. Because if I do say that, I can see where this is going to go. In the wrong direction. Now, in another scenario between friendships, this is very important we know our friends and know what or not. Because, for instance, what I may be able to say to, are you Brother Hudson? I may not be able to say to another brother. So, understand that helps me to understand, what I can say and what I cannot say, so to speak, and how to say it. But there's times where we want to be sometimes real without filters. And sometimes people can't handle that being real without sugarcoating it or packaging it in a certain way. And we got to be wise enough to see that and say, okay, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't say anything here because what I'm about to say, I don't know how to package this. And the way it's going to be received is going to do more damage than it's good. And we have to have the wisdom to see that rather than, as I said, say anything that just comes to our hearts and our minds. But we have to understand with the power of word, like how I look at word, there's action and reaction. So what I say, there's going to be a reaction for whatever we say. And I always try to comprehend the possible action that can come from what's being said. So in some cases where I look at the outcome and it doesn't look positive, maybe I'll find the appropriate time to say it. But right now is not the appropriate time, because guess what? That person may be in their emotions. It may affect everybody in the room, that, this become a stumbling block to them. But we have to have that discernment, right? And I tell you even on a bigger scale, if we don't have that discernment, guess what? The things that we may say may be the very things in the heat of the moment that condemn us. Right? You want to say something, brother?
Yes. See, you're talking about the speaker now, but if I'm at the receiving end of somebody's speech or somebody's reproof, no, let me talk about my wife and I. My wife tells me something, and I go away and I'm not happy. But her words, they work in my mind, and I come back 10 minutes after. Honey, you were right, thank you. Right? Because I did not speak up very badly, right? You try to defend against what's being told.
Yes. Rather than just listening, soaking it up, and you say, rather than me having something to say, because that sometimes with us, with people, when somebody says something to us, it's like we are, in not every case, but in usually some cases we don't like what's being said, we automatically go on the defense side. And once we're on the defense side, it shuts down us actually listening to what that person's saying. Because everything that we want to say is just a rebuttal to what that person just said. Right? But I'm not going to say nothing right now. Let me examine it. And then the wisdom came to you where you got a point there. Right?
Now there's a verse that says, be still and know that I am God.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't go on the defensive, okay, and you stay quiet, you just take it in. You listen. You listen to the words that are being spoken, whether it's my wife or the Most High, okay? If I'm not still, I will not receive it.
Yeah.
I will not know what's being told to me.
Right, so in certain cases like that, you gotta be able to hold our mouth, examine, rather than operate off of emotions. Right? Anything else? And then we'll move on. The last one that I read? 6 or 7? 7? A wise man holds his tongue till he sees the opportunity, but a babbler and a fool will regard no time. That's what you're talking about?
Necessary patience in seeking the Lord is better than he that leadeth his life without guide.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So let's touch on that. And let's get at the annotated as well. Now, why is patience so key on this journey? Why is patience key on this journey? Right? Well, and not only, right? But we also know that on this walk, patience is key. I mean, let's just look at prophecy. Let's look at, you have some people who have lost their patience when it comes to seeking, serving the Most High. There's some people who start off in the church and says, God, like, I was listening to a debate this morning, and the lady's like, they told my forefathers that Jesus is coming They told my parents Jesus is coming, and you're still here telling us that Jesus is coming. She's lost patience. Right? But read it. Read it again. Is the last verse 32? All right, read it out of the KJV.
Necessary patience in seeking the Lord is better than he that leadeth his life without a guide.
Right? Now, he that leadeth his life without a guide, how does that look? Right? How does that look? So it's better for us to have patience in the Most High and patience in what he promised us than to be living this life aimlessly without any guide, without any understanding. And we see how that's really working out for the people right now that's under this spell. They're being tossed to and fro, only to the slaughterhouse. But us here, sitting down in our patience, waiting, and we've seen the reward in that, because through that patience, through us sticking through, so to speak, we saw how that helped us in a lot of cases to mature, to become better than we are. Not to say we got everything figured out, but it helped us to become who we are today. And if we stick the course, we know what the prophecy told us, that what we will become at the end. And that enough is worth waiting for. Because regardless of how we look at it, we're going to go through this course called life. And it's one thing to go through this course called life with no hope and nothing to wait for when it's all said and done, other than a tombstone and maggots and worms. So, read it one more time.
Necessary patience in seeking the Lord is better than he that leadeth his life.
Now, on the flip side of it, what does this also help us to understand if we're serving the Most High? Anybody?
No.
What does it show us?
When we come into truth, Deacon, when we come into truth, now we hear this truth and we go like, wow. And I want to go out because I think I understand everything right now. But the elder tells us again and again, it takes you 10 years to get rid of the milk and then go into the meat. We need to be patient with our growth. Yeah.
And to a lot of degree, Sister Margie, you want to say something as well on that?
Well, it was also about obedience. So, for example, with Saul, when Samuel told him to wait till he came back before he did the sacrifice. He wasn't patient. He got impatient because he wanted to hurry up and move forward with what the Most High had told him was going to happen. So sometimes that's how it also, we have to be patient when, even if the Most High shows us he's going to do something in us or through us or whatever, we still have to wait for his timing. We can't go ahead of him.
Can't go ahead of it, right? And then, it's crazy. I'm glad you brought up that example. Why? Because the minute Saul stepped out on his own initiative, he left his guide. Samuel was his guide. The Most High was his guide. So therefore, he operated without his guide. And it led to confusion, destruction, and eventually him losing the seat of the kingship. So, for many of us, because I tell you, we come into this ministry sometimes. I mean, we come into this walk at times. And there's times where, honestly, patience is the lesson the Most High is teaching. But a lot of times we don't see that, and we come in and we're so amped up, and we're like, okay, what can I do? Where can I do it? And we're so amped, but yet we're still learning to crawl. We didn't even learn how to crawl yet. We're still in the crib. And it's not to condemn anybody for being in the crib. Why? Because we all were in the crib one time. But we had time for the Most High to have that patience with us, for him to build character with us, for him to, root us to some degree. But I know there's times, I said, when we come into ministry and we think We think, you know what? The kingdom's going to be built overnight. And it doesn't work that way. And we realize, you know what? There's going to be, as I said, we have to have patience, long suffering. I mean, think about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All right, you know what? Your seed, it's going to be beyond, no one can count your seeds. I give you the land, and I'm going to give you dominion over every nation. How long? They didn't even get that. When? And I'm saying they didn't get that because we know they are going to get that. But what I'm saying is that these men had to die believing that. With that not even being any time in sight in their lifetime. They had to die on that belief and have patience waiting for that belief to be fulfilled. But what they did get, you know what they did get? They got confirmations that it was going to happen. So for Abraham, when he saw Jacob, he says, yeah, man, Jacob's going to be the one that this is going to be fulfilled. Prophecy is a confirmation. But the thing is, in order to see that confirmation, we have to have patience to see it play out. You see what I'm saying? And then, you know, you think about, the I'm going to go here. The Ephraimites, that they left out of Egypt early. And for them, they were like, yeah, man, it's the time. And because they lost patience, it cost them their lives. So we have to understand patience is really something key when it comes to serving the Most High. Right?
I just want one last point. When we go to Romans 5, it kind of summarizes what you're saying about, you know, through that patience, right, we get the experience. Right? And then through the experience, we get that hope. We know that we can see hope as synonymous with faith, right? Through my experiences, going through, you know, tribulations, right? Once we're in the thick of it, I've already built up the experience to see the Most High working through my patience. So now I have hope and faith that I will be delivered. But I can tell you right now, if it wasn't for patience, I wouldn't be the man that I am now to wait for the Most High. Right? If I didn't have patience, there's a level of compassion I wouldn't have had. A level of forgiveness that I wouldn't have had because I need that patience to deal with somebody. If I didn't have that patience, I wouldn't understand the patience that the Most High has on us. Right? So we need that patience because, as you said, we need to learn. There are certain things we have to go through as a body and as individuals to get to a certain standard that the Most High needs us. Right? And one last precept, I think it's in Proverbs. It says, an inheritance hastily gotten is good at the beginning, but the end thereof is not good, right? It's bad. And it can go into, you know, you brought the example about when we were at the beginning, a lot of people were fleeing. A lot of people right now rush to the land of Israel, not understanding that, yeah, it's all good, but at the end of it, that land needs to get judged. So by you trying to rush to get that inheritance now, at the end of it, it's going to be, you know, for your downfall. So I just wanted to add that.
Right. So patience, they have that saying what patience is virtue. Is that saying, or am I making these things up? Thank you. Patience is a virtue. Right? All right. Anything else? And if not, we will move on. One more, yes?
Just to add to what you said there. And with that patience and seeking the Lord, we got to keep our oils in our lamp. You know, Christ gave that parable of keeping that fire burning.
Talking about the 7 virgins?
Yeah.
10 virgins, sorry.
The 10 virgins.
7 the Holy Spirit.
Making sure we have that oil constantly available. And I think about that fire, that zeal, that first love. I think we brought this up a few weeks back. But this verse right here, 32, is hitting home to me right now with patience. That same zeal, that same excitement, like everything was coming now. I have to hold on to that in being patient. Because then what happens with myself, I notice I get lackadaisical, start to drift off. start to drift off. And then something happens and, oh, okay, but we gotta keep our oils for our lamps. I just want to share that because it's happened to me. So reading this and seeing this is like, okay, praise the Most High. He's just continually confirming His word. And like you said, prophecy confirms things. Oh, 100%. Well, I just want to add that.
Now, there was one more. But you know what? No, there was one more that was good. There was one more. Alright, you know what? We'll leave that there. If I come back in the lesson and you say, okay, guys, this verse here, you guys, it was on my spirit. But let's, yeah? Sister Karen?
I have a comment.
Yes.
I wanted to say one of the important things to be patient with each other. Because everybody's at different point of growth. The Most High is working on us all. And we're all at different points of growth. Somebody may not be where you are. And you have to, like my mom always used to say, not everything you think should come out of your mouth.
Yeah.
So.
See, she was giving you that precept right there. But you know what you said, thank you for sharing that. And I say that why? Because, you know, we could have patience in so many areas, but having patience with one another, husband and wife having patience with one another, brothers and sisters having patience with one another is really and truly what we need. Because you're right. I mean, many of us, some, you know, they haven't been here a year yet. Some, they've been here, you know what I mean? And we're all coming from we're at different places in our walk. And it's crazy because all of us, no matter where we are in our walk, we always have to keep in mind the patience the Most High had with us before we even got here. So with that being said, none of us should be looking at one another and saying, you know, and this is why Christ says, you know, he who calls his brother a fool is in contempt of hellfire. Right? Because we should never be looking at one another and saying, no, he doesn't get it, he's a fool, Why? Because the Most High has called us all here, and we all have the responsibility to help one another grow and to have the patience, love that Christ had. I mean, you saw Christ had what he had to put up with. And there are times, you know what, there's times where Christ will say, boy, this generation of no faith. And you know, right, there's times you probably shake your head. But at the same time, the love and the patience to help teach, you know, edify one another should never be lost. Especially with I'm going to say, whoever we meet, but especially with our own house. Why? Because we got nothing else but us. What do we have but us?
Scripture calls us to favor each other.
You see what I'm saying? So, no, but, you know, I'm saying we should be this to all men, but at the same time, with, you know, your own house, we have to make sure that we do that because we don't have nothing that's ministering to our own house, right? So we always have to have patience with our people, regardless of some of the things they believe and some of the doctrines we have picked up, because these things were aimed at us to bring us where we are at today, which is lost. Right? So thank you, Sister Karen, for highlighting that point, because I think that's really and truly what we need to move forward, is having patience with one another. Right? I know I won't always make a great decision, but I thank you guys for having patience. Likewise, you know what I mean? Thank you guys. Right?
To have the patience to understand, and this will resonate with most of us. When you first come into truth, you say, okay, I need to leave Babylon. Deacon, when are we leaving?
Yeah.
You have plans for that? Come on, give it to me, I need it. No? It takes years to understand how we're going to leave, and to understand that we are not to be anxious, that we are to trust the Most High, but we need to understand the history, the story of the Word, in order to receive all that. No? And that takes time.
It does. It does. But you know the rewarding thing about it? And, you know, we're looking at it now, and I'm saying some of the things we were talking about, I'm going to say, 8 years ago, and to see it being fulfilled as we speak, it's like, wow. You know, and we were talking about that earlier on. And you know, part of it is like scary, part of it's fulfilling, because it's fulfilling because yes, we know the word of the Most High to be true, but it's that confirmation, going back to that confirmation when we're seeing these things fulfilled. And as I said, at times it's scary because you're thinking about family, you're thinking about if we don't meet the mark and everything that's, you know, but then on the other side of it, you're saying to yourself, according to the word of the Most High, if we stand on his side, he'll get us through this storm. And that to me is something I could have faith in, something I can lean on, something that regardless of what I see they're doing, always gives me a fighting chance, as in we have a chance. As long as we're on the Most High team, we have a chance. You know what I mean? So, patience, as I said, it's key in so many different ways. And thank you guys for sharing and highlighting these aspects. And I think we'll just leave out, we'll close off there, right? So, let's get some praise and worship. And then we're going to go into the lesson of today. And I think...
If you guys will stand, please.
Declare your mighty word. So we will praise your name. Yes, we will praise your name. So we will praise your name. Yes, we will praise your name. Yes, we will praise your name. Yes, we will praise
All praises, glory, and honor be unto the Most High, Ahaya, Ashar, Ahaya. Let thy mercies come also unto us, O Lord, even thy salvation according to thy word. So shall I wherewith to answer him that reproacheth me. For I trust in thy word. And take not the word of truth utterly from out of my mouth, for I have hoped in thy judgments. So shall I keep thy law continually, forever and ever. And I will walk at liberty, for I seek thy precepts. I will speak of thy testimonies also before kings, and will not be ashamed. And I will delight myself in thy commandments, which I have loved. My hands also will I lift up unto thy commandments, which I have loved, and I will meditate in thy statutes. Remember the word unto thy servant, upon which thou hast caused me to hope. This is my comfort in my affliction, for thy word hath quickened me. The proud have had me greatly in derision, yet have I not declined from thy law. I remembered thy judgments of old, O Lord, and have comforted myself. Honor hath taken hold upon me because of the wicked that have forsaken the law. Thy statutes have been my songs in the house of my pilgrimage. I have remembered thy name, O Lord, in the night, and have kept thy law. This I had because I kept thy precepts. Thou art my portion, O Lord. I have said that I would keep thy words. I entreated thy favor with my whole heart. Be merciful unto me according to the word. I thought on my ways and turned my feet unto thy testimonies. I made haste and delayed not to keep thy commandments. The bands of the wicked have robbed me, but I have not forgotten thy law. At midnight I will raise to give thee thanks because of thy righteous judgments. I am a companion of all them that fear thee, and of them that keep thy precepts. The earth, O Lord, is full of thy mercy. Teach us thy statutes. And in the name of your dearly beloved Son, Yeshua, our reigning high priest, our King, and the light of all men, we pray. Amen.
Let's get into today's lesson. Title of the lesson: Covetousness leads to death. Can you say it again? Covetousness leads to death. Does anybody have a Bible example of this?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Don't use that one. I have that one in the lesson. I might need that one. But yes, bro.
Our neighborhoods today.
Huh?
Our neighborhood is because of covetousness.
Sorry, say again?
Our neighborhoods, with all
Yes.
the killing, is because of covetousness.
Yes, yes. So when we look at the state of what's going on in many of our neighborhoods throughout the city, it is a product of covetousness, right? In fact, in a lot of cases, they use the whole spirit of covetousness to pull us down this dark road of whatever the adversary has for us. So I know for me, you know, watching some of the celebrities I used to look up to, rappers, you know, neighborhood stories, like, you know, I used to watch the most, like, we used to kind of, yeah. Anyways, some of the stuff we used to watch. I used to watch, you guys remember BET used to show, they used to show series. No, not Crips. Crips was one thing, yeah. You can pick up that spirit of coveting watching Crips, you know. Only to find out that a lot of the Crips they were showing wasn't even the people's them's house. Right? I think the best Crips that I liked was the one, I was going to say the one that Redman did, but you guys wouldn't even, a lot of people don't know who that is. But basically he brought them to the project and said, okay, this is how I'm living, guys. And I'm not going to fake it, you know? And it was real. But a lot of times, you know, you watch Crips and you're like, yo, after you leave that show, it's like, yo, I need a house like that. I need cars, I need like 6 cars, you know, backyard, pool, we need that, right? And it can lead us down a road on, you know, where morals, integrity, all these things are put to the side in order to obtain, you know, what we're coveting. So, you know, we'll you know, in some cases we'll take shortcuts, we'll cheat, we'll steal, we'll kill, because it's that bad in order to have the outcome that we're looking for. And that's what we see happen in a lot of the entertainment, a lot of the inner cities, where, you know, through advertisement, movies, the music, it breeds that spirit of coveting, where a lot of us just, you know, we see it, we don't know it for what it really is, and we, you know, follow that path, only to destruction, hardship, headaches, and regrets further along down the line, right? After we've been destroyed, spoiled, so to speak.
I was going to say also King David, he had to pay for his.
Gonna need that one as well. Yeah, that one I got. Gonna need that. But King David, prime example of coveting. Anything else though? What about day to day? You know what? I got one. The story of Maccabee. We looked at this, the last 2 weeks? How did coveting lead to death in that story?
There was one guy who decided that they would lead a certain army against the Gentiles, but the Most High never chose that family to be.
So he coveted the success and fame that Judas Maccabee then had.
That's right.
And that led to him taking 2,000 men only to, you know, die off.
Yes.
Didn't work out. Vainglory, right? That's a great example. Anybody else? Brother Jermaine.
Honestly, the first one, Cain and Abel.
Cain and Abel, yeah. So he coveted the approval his brother got from the Most High, and do that, it led to him. Yeah, okay, I can see that. But story of Maccabees, there was one particular that I'm looking for.
The covenant of the priesthood?
The coveting of the priesthood. So, through one brother desiring to have the priesthood, the covenant of the priesthood, it led him to betray his people and to go on and make a deal with the Greeks in order to become Greeks. And we've seen how, through that scenario, how much death actually happened. But the part that I'm more focusing on is that the same people who coveted these positions or whatnot, they died. So that coveting spirit that they desired and were willing to do anything, sell their own people, eventually they paid for it with their lives. You know, another example of this, because the Bible, you know, the Most High gives us these examples throughout the Bible. And these are examples to help us so we don't fall for the same cunningness that these brothers fell for. And what I mean they fell for it is that in the end of the day, we know Satan's working behind the scenes to pull men from here and there, right? But Korah coveted Moses and Aaron's seed. And by the end of it, all those who he affected with that same coveted spirit, they were all burned. Some of them actually, the Most High did something unique. He said, I'm going to do something special for you. And he made the earth open up. And the multitude, he made them burn up through fire, with fire. Right? So, throughout the Bible, we can see how that spirit of coveting never really plays out for those who covet.
Yeah, and I guess in general, as we said from the Bible, like the children of Israel, right? That's where we stumble, right? We covet the other nations and all they do. Like when Jeremiah says, like, is there nothing for you to do? Like,
yes.
It's just that covenant spirit from the beginning of time till now, right?
Yes.
And
So,
we live amongst them, so I know it's not easy.
I mean, we to some degree, we still do.
Yeah,
to this day. So one of Israel, and thank you for highlighting that, because that's so important. It's in the lesson, but we can use that. But one of Israel's biggest problem is that we coveted all the other nations. So it's like the other nations, they have a king. We need a king. You know what I mean? So a lot of times, and the thing about it is that at that time we had the greatest king. We had the most high. But we said, no. You see one family over there, they have their king. We need a king. And, we coveted, and in some cases it ended up being not great for us. Because we saw what Saul did. And what Saul did, it wasn't the type of king we wanted, but we got that, right? Most High made changes, but then even when we go further down the line with the kings, by the time we reach Manasseh was killing off all the prophets. So what we asked for through coveting didn't really pan out for us. It always leads to, destruction, or somebody has to pay for it, right? Let's get into the lesson though. And let me borrow this for you until this ends up. Should be out. Alright, so oftentimes in life there are things which are desired that really are not essential to our survival. Throughout the scriptures, there are many times where those of our nation were guilty of coveting to the point that it resulted in the death of others. Today we will speak on some examples of coveting in an attempt to edify that we may help others to get rid of the spirit. Soon we will all be without as we draw near to the end. This reality makes it even more important that we address the topic so that we can all avoid the wicked intentions of the mind in the perilous times ahead. Coveting was the main downfall of our nation, right? So as we get closer to the end, closer to the society crumbling, all of that, this spirit of coveting is going to be one of the things that in some cases can be our undoing. And if we overcome it, then, it'll be one of the things that helps us to obtain the reward from the Most High. So, what I'm trying to say there, I'll give you an example. Society starts to crumble, as we see it happening right before our eyes. Food, ration, all the simple necessities that we need are not accessible as they used to, right? What will majority of society do at this point?
Fear.
Yes, bro?
They will basically start to take from one another by force.
By force. right? So we're heading a time where coveting, if we don't master this, we will be out there that's going to be robbing one another, looting, plundering, and in a lot of cases, this is what they're banking on. Right? Now, not only that, though, I always think about that movie, First Matrix, where you had the guy, you remember the guy that betrayed them all and left the phone in the garbage? What did he covet?
The food?
What did he covet?
His wife, his girlfriend.
Well, he coveted, yes, you're right. He coveted Trinity, and like Trinity, that's why he's willing. But not only that, he coveted the illusion. So for him, it was like he knew it was fake. He understand that. But he rather have lived the illusion, the lie, to be plugged back in and have, you know, the steak and all the little things, even though they're not real. He knew they're not real. But he rather have that than to deal with the reality and the hardship that comes with the reality. Now, if we're not careful, we're going to have some that's going to covet some of the things that they reaped from the, you know, from the society or from the construct that was now taken from them. And because they covet that thing so bad, it'll be the very thing that they'll be willing to give up anybody or all of us in order to have that desire met. Right? Now, as I said, we've seen it with our forefathers coming out of Egypt. They would have done anything to go back and get some cucumbers in Egypt. In fact, they would have killed Moses and Aaron on the spot to go get back some cucumbers and watermelons from Egypt. And, you know, you see what I'm saying? So, it shows you how far that spirit can go if it's not checked. Right? So I highlight that because, like I said, you know, one of the things we fear is we're at that point in the moment and we got somebody saying, hey, I want to get plugged back in. And, you know, they turn on the phone, they turn on whatever GPS tracker they got on them, and they give us all up for some rice and a steak. This is what I'm afraid of, right? And as we get closer to that end, we're going to have to become even more solid than we are now and trust one another more than we do now. And that's why this time that we have, these last days that we have is so important because it's really, we're preparing for the next transition, and the next transition is outside the cities. Finding our way home to Jerusalem, right? And being under the guide of the Most High. And being under the guide of the Most High, if we learn anything according to the men's reading, it's going to be patience. So there's going to be a time where it's like we don't know the direction, but the Most High will provide the direction, but that's going to come through patience and faith, right? Brother, you want to say something?
No, in regards to the lesson, I heard Elder saying that you're going to blame Hebrew Israelites is why the internet or the YouTube has to be shut down because of what the Hebrew Israelites are doing. And they're going to blame us that they can't get back into that situation. So I don't know how true it seems, but it seems like it's
they got a backstory for everything. You know, they got a backstory for everything. What I can do, I can see them using us to feed into that hate, we got to deal with this because of hate and whatnot with that. But right now, I mean, they got so many backstories, and I'm trying, like, for instance, they got a backstory right now that Antarctica, because of the ice melting, it's releasing a 400-and-something-year-old zombie virus.
What?
You guys ever heard that one? So they're saying basically because of global warming, there was a virus. It's 450-something thousand years old, but it's a zombie virus. So the more the ice, the glaciers melt, the more the zombie virus is going to release into the atmosphere and turn people into zombies. Right? And then, yeah. And then they got another one where zombie bacteria is affecting the animals. Because like right now they have something, and we were talking about it earlier, I'm trying not to go too off topic. They got something where animals are just walking in circles right now.
Yeah.
Right? And what they're finding is that a lot of that is being linked to 5G technology. But the thing is how they get into the animals. And that's the part that they're not, you know? But the backdrop story is that, you know what? There is a zombie bacteria that's going around. And animals are vulnerable. So they've already, what I'm saying, long story short, is that they got a backstory for everything. So where they go with us, we can just wait, have patience and see. Like I titled the patience. Have patience and see. But it is what it is, right? But let's go back into let's get 2 Samuel.
Book of 2 Samuel, chapter 11, verse 2. Sit calmly there. And it came to pass in the evening time that David arose from off his bed and walked upon the roof of the king's house. And from the roof he saw a woman washing herself, and the woman was very beautiful to look upon. And David sent and inquired after the woman, and one said, Is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite? And David sent messengers and took her, and she came in unto him, and he lay with her, for she was purified from her uncleanness. And she returned unto her house. And the woman conceived and sent and told David, and said, I am with child. And David sent to Joab, saying, Send me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to David. And when Uriah was come unto him, David demanded of him how Joab did, and how the people did, and how the war prospered. And David said to Uriah, Go down to thy house, and wash thy feet. And Uriah departed out of the king's house, and there followed him a mess of meat from the king. But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his lord, and went not down to his house. And when they had told David, saying, Uriah went not down unto his house, David said unto Uriah, Camest thou not from thy journey? Why then didst thou not go down into thine house? And Uriah said unto David, The ark, and Israel, and Judah, abide in tents, and my lord Joab, and the servants of my lord are encamped in the open fields. Shall I then go into my house to eat and to drink, and to lie with my wife? As thou livest, and as thy soul liveth, I will not do this thing. And David said unto Uriah, Tarry here today also, and tomorrow. So Uriah abode in Jerusalem that day and the morrow. And when David had called him, he did eat and drink before him, and he made him drunk. At even he went out to lie on his bed with his servants of his Lord, but went not down to his house. And it came to pass in the morning that David wrote a letter to Joab, and sent him by the hand of Uriah. And he wrote in the letter, saying, Set ye Uriah in the forefront of the hottest battle, and retire ye from him, that he may be smitten and die. And it came to pass, when Joab observed the city, that he assigned Uriah unto a place where he knew that valiant men were. And the men of the city went out and fought with Joab, and there fell some of the people of the servants of David, and Uriah the Hittite died also.
All right. What verse? 17?
Yeah, verse 17.
Let's jump to 2 Samuel chapter 11, and let's get 26 to 27. Well, let's touch on this for a second, because there's no keynotes yet, as of yet. Well, we see David One of the few times, rather than going out to war with his men, he stayed back. He got up one morning, top of his kingdom. He looked, saw a damsel, as she was, I believe it says she was bathing herself, and he lusted after her, right? And through that lust, it turned into, I have to have her. And he was able to get her there. Something happened. We know what happened, right? She was found with child. David's in a predicament. The predicament that he's in is she's with child. It's not his wife. So therefore, that's actually a punishment worthy of death. The standard for that would have been death. Right? David, understanding the circumstance, tried to do everything to clean it up. Trying to get the guy married, like, get him drunk. He got him to the point where he got him drunk. And try to send him home to lay with his wife. And through all that, the Most High, it never worked out. So now David has a next decision to make. And let's see what the decision he made after that. Well, we read the decision that he made to put him in the heat of the battle. So we see how covetousness started off with a lust. And that's the thing about this spirit called coveting. It can go in so many different directions. So, for instance, it can go into theft. It can go into adultery. It can go into murder. It can go into lying. Because, for instance, if I could lie to you and get what I want from you, then I'll lie to you and get what I want to obtain. So this spirit of coveting can touch so many different areas. But here we see it touched adultery, and then on it went from adultery to murder. Go on.
Verse 26. And when the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah her husband was dead, she mourned for her husband. And when the mourning was past, David sent and fetched her to his house, and she became his wife, and bare him a son. But the thing that David had done displeased the Lord.
Right? Now let's go 2 Samuel chapter 12, and let's get 1 to 19.
2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 1. And the Lord sent Nathan unto David, and he came unto him, and said unto him, There were two men in one city, the one rich and the other poor. The rich man had exceeding many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing, save one little ewe lamb, which he had bought and nourished up, and it grew up together with him, and with his children, and did eat of his own meat, and drank of his own cup, and lay in his bosom, and was unto him as a daughter. And there came a traveler unto the rich man, and he spared to take of his own flock, and of his own herd, to dress for the wayfaring man that was come unto him, but took the poor man's lamb, and dressed it for the man that was come unto him. And David's anger was greatly kindled against the man.
Right? Now, David hearing this was so upset. He was like, this guy needs to die. And it's crazy because when I'm listening to what King David did, it was bad. It was really bad. And I'm just saying that because I'm looking at it like, it's sad to say that we can relate to circumstances that happen that, we've probably seen growing up. Where one guy, your brother was talking to a girl. And next man's coveting this girl. They sleep together. A girl's pregnant. And then they're trying to hide this from The guy, though, you know, we've seen these things. Maybe not to the point where the guy killed the guy in order to cover up what was going on, but we've seen these things. And I'm just saying it's only human nature for like anybody to hear these things, and it bothered what he did. So David's response was normal. The problem with David, though, is David couldn't see himself as the culprit that did this. And sometimes we can't see ourselves as the culprit. But if we don't have a brother or a sister to share, to see, look at it from a perspective that we cannot see it from, what opportunity would David have, if Nathan didn't come to him, even though the Mosai went to Nathan, if Nathan didn't come to him and say, boy, you know, David will kill me, he's the king. If he didn't go to him, how would David be able to repent? And this is the importance of, you know, we're talking about in the law reading, you know, go to thy brother, pick a perfect time, pick the proper time to do it. But this is the importance of it. Because it was through this, David was really understood how bad this scenario was. Prior to this, he was trying to do everything to hide it, to masquerade it. Go on.
Verse 5. And David's anger was greatly kindled against the man. And he said to Nathan, as the Lord liveth, the man that hath done this thing shall surely die. And he shall restore the land fourfold, because he did this thing, and because he had no pity. And Nathan said to David, thou art the man. Thus saith the Lord God.
I'm pretty sure that cut his heart. Because one thing we can see with David, we can see that when it came to justice and injustice, he took a stand on that. So this injustice that he was reading about, he was like, where is this guy? I don't even need to hear no more. Where is he? Let's judge him. He's going to pay back the debt. But as I said, he couldn't see himself in this. Go on.
Thou art the man. Thus said the Lord God of Israel, I anointed thee king over Israel, and I delivered thee out of the hand of Saul. And I gave thee thy master's house, and thy master's wives, into thy bosom, and gave thee the house of Israel, of Judah. And if that had been too little, I would have moreover have given unto thee such and such things. Wherefore hast thou despised the commandment of the Lord, to do evil in his sight? Thou hast killed Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and hast taken his wife to be thy wife, and hast slain him with the sword of the children of Ammon. Now therefore, the sword shall never depart from thy house, because thou hast despised me, and hast taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be thy wife. Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will raise up against thee out of thine own house, and I will take thy wives before thine eyes, and give them unto thy neighbor, and he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of his son.
Right, now let me highlight something here. And just to show you with the spirit of coveting, to some degree it's never enough. It will always have something else. If we don't put it to bed and control it, eventually it'll have you coveting enough. But after you get what you were desiring, it'll lead you down something else to start coveting after something else. So let's look at David for a second. David had wives, according to the old standard. Wives. Wives, right? Wives. But yet, he wasn't content with his wives. And still wanted one more. And I kind of highlight that why, because some, we know in times past, this multiple wife thing was being brought up again and whatnot. But if you don't mind that spirit, you'll never be satisfied. And that's why we see David here. He had wives. But yet he still coveted after his sister that was married to another man. He could have been content with his wives, God. But it just showing you that there's the flesh will never have enough. These spirits that feed off of the flesh, they will never have enough. Go on.
For thou didst it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel.
Right, now let's read read that again, what the Most High said he would. So because of David, what would happen to, this is what would happen to King David. Read it again.
For thou didst it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel.
What is the Most High going to do? Verse 11.
Verse 11. Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will raise up evil against thee out of thine own house, and I will take thy wives before thine eyes, and give them unto thy neighbor, and he shall lie with thy wives.
All right. So you saw what the Most High did? The Most High says, one, I'm going to raise up evil in your house. And all your wives, I'm going to take all your wives and give them to our next man. Why? Because clearly they were good enough, you were content with them. Then you would come and kill our next man, so I'm going to take all of them from you. Does anybody know who ended up sleeping with King David's wife? Who? His own son. And this was the punishment that King David got for his reaction, for his action. So the Most High said the sword will never depart from his house. And eventually his own son would be the very person that would not only sleep with his wives, but actually who the sword would come against him, his own son. So David paid for this in so many different ways. Now we know the child that she conceived was in the womb, that child would die, but also a family curse would plague this family now. Off of the spirit of coveting. So as I said, it started off with him coming in after the sister. It affected the husband because the husband had to die to cover up this. It affected the unborn child, and yet the child that were still living. And this is the effects of it. Nobody, you can't operate in the spirit without anybody getting hurt. Go on.
Verse 12. For thou didst it in secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and before the sun. And David said unto Nathan, I have sinned against the Most High. And Nathan said unto David, the Lord also hath put away thy sin, thou shalt not die. Albeit, because by this deed thou hast given great occasion to the enemies of the Lord.
Right? Now who's the enemy being spoken about here?
The devil.
The devil. But remember in the Old Testament, he would go before the Most High and bring accusations. So the accusation that he would have against David is that, this is your anointed? Look what he did. I thought I was bad. The devil speaking. I thought I was bad. Oh, David did something here, incredible here. But it brought a bad reproach against the Most High's anointing that the adversary could use to have access to David and Israel. Right? Go on.
Albeit, because by this deed thou hast given great occasion to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme, the child also that is born unto thee shall surely die. And Nathan departed unto his house, and the Lord struck the child that Uriah's wife bare unto David, and it was very sick. David therefore besought the Most High for the child, and David fasted, and went in, and lay all night upon the earth. And the elders of his house arose, and went to him, to raise him up from the earth, but he would not, neither did he eat bread with them. And it came to pass on the seventh day that the child died. The servants of David feared to tell him that the child was dead, for they said, Behold, while the child was yet alive, we spoke unto him, and he would not hearken unto our voice. how will he then vex himself if we tell him that the child is dead?
Right? So David, being a king with several wives, still was not satisfied. He saw a woman and lusted over her to the point his fleshly spirit overran him, and he committed adultery. He then proceeded to have an innocent man killed over the scandal and took his wife for his own. Even though David was alive and well, the sentence of death still came upon his house. Right? So the Most High had mercy on him, but in the end of the day, somebody had to pay for this sin. Right? Now, when we look at what transpired after, because we know, for instance, Absalom would be the son to sleep with his father's wife. He would be the one to actually, do, what's the word? He would cause an uprising against his father, right? But even prior to that, he lost a son, another son, right? That Absalom, the son that would sleep with Tamar, and Absalom would kill him. So there was the ripple effect of this hit King David on so many different levels. In the total of it, he lost 3 sons off of this decision that he made. Right? Let's continue though. Let's get James chapter 4 and let's get 1 to 6.
Book of James chapter 4 verse 1. From whence come wars and fightings among you? Come they not hence, even of your lust that war in your members? Ye lust and have not. Ye kill and desire to have, and cannot obtain. Ye fight and war, yet ye have not, because ye ask not. Ye ask and receive not, because ye ask amiss, that ye may consume it upon your lust. Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of this world is enmity with the Most High? Whosoever therefore will be a friend of this world is an enemy of the Most High. Do ye think that the Scripture saith in vain, the Spirit that dwelleth in us lusteth to envy? But he giveth more grace, wherefore he saith, God resisteth the proud, but giveth grace unto the humble.
All right, so when we look at the wars that are taking place in the earth, and I'll just read here, it says, all wars are fought based on someone's covetousness in this world. We are not to be as the world. David was a righteous man, and even though the Most High gave him grace and allowed him to live, he was chastised exceedingly, right? And we definitely can see that through the scriptures. But when we look at wars, when we look at a lot of conflicts happening in the world, we can see covetousness played a major part. So when we look at, for instance, when they went into Iraq, and they sold us, weapons of mass destruction, what are they really going there for?
The oil and the gold.
They went in there for the oil. Some would say the poppy because, CIA with drugs and all of that, right? But nonetheless, they went in there for something, right? So in so many different ways, I mean, even when we look at the wars that are taking place right now, there's always an agenda behind it, right? When we look at, for instance, conquest, I'm going to say, medieval conquest. When Christopher Columbus came over here, a lot of the conquest that was happening parts of Africa, blah, 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 blah. A lot of times, why did they start killing off the people? They want the land. They want the resources. I mean, even now, that's still going on. Where they'll kill off people in certain lands for the resources. Poison the whole community for the resources. So these things still are happening and still transpiring to this day, right? But a lot of times when they went into the world, I mean, they went into like when they came into the new world, when they came into North America as we know it, a lot of the things they saw, the sophistication, the building, a lot of the things that they saw the Native Americans and Aboriginals of I'm going to say the New World that they had, they were astonished by some of the things they saw. When you read some of the actual historical reports of things they saw, they tell you that like if you read, there's a book called The American Holocaust. When they talk about the sophistication of some of the civilizations they had, I mean, even to this day, they're still talking about places in North America and South America, the Incas made and whatnot, and saying how it was so sophisticated and whatnot. And we're seeing this in our time. Imagine during the time these things were actually constructed, how beautiful they actually were. So a lot of times, people from Europe and whatnot that were coming over, they would see these things, covet it, and rob and take from the people. Right? So a lot of that happened through the spirit of coveting. Right? I mean, any other examples you guys can think of? Well, let's continue. Let's get 1 Kings 21, chapter 21, and let's get 1 to 25.
Book of 1 Kings, chapter 21, verse 1. And it came to pass after these things that Naboth the Jezreelite had a vineyard which was in Jezreel, hard by the palace of Ahab, king of Samaria. And Ahab spoke to Naboth, saying, Give me thy vineyard, that I may have it for a garden of my herbs, because it is near unto my house, and I will give thee for it a better vineyard than it. Or, if it seem good to thee, I will give thee the worth of it in money. And Naboth said to Ahab, The Lord forbiddeth me, should I give the inheritance of my fathers unto thee? And Ahab came into his house heavy in the word which Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken to him. For he had said, I will not give thee the inheritance of my fathers.
Right? Now, I want to stop here. So King Ahab was looking to buy land. But the land that he was looking to buy belonged to a man, and it was given to him as an inheritance. So according to the law, you could not sell the land that was given to you for your forefathers. Or you could, but it would have to be returned back to you by the Jubilee. So the guy understanding said, no, I'm not going to sell my inheritance, because I'm not going to sell you my forefathers' inheritance. Right? He wanted the land so bad. He went home, couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. Read it again. He was distraught.
And Ahab came into his house heavy and displeased.
Heavy and displeased. So he had a desire he wanted this land so bad that it mentally affected him, physically affected him. Go on.
Because of the word that Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken unto him.
Go on.
For he had said, I will not give thee the inheritance of my father. And he laid him down upon his bed, and turned away his face, and would eat no bread.
Told you, and would eat no bread. This is to the point, the spirit of covetous. The only thing that would have filled him, you know what that would have filled him? If he got the land. And sometimes that's how much of a hold the spirit of covetousness, that the only thing that can relieve us of whether it be anxiety, whether it be desire, whether it be to have that lust fulfilled, is if we don't control it, then to have actually obtain it. And sometimes to obtain it, that's the part where it gets dicey. Because you, as I said, you will lie to obtain it, you will steal to obtain it, you will even kill to obtain it. In his situation, he chose to kill to obtain it. So he was feeling like, deprived that he couldn't get the land, he wouldn't eat, he was, you can imagine that. Grown man, I want the land. You can imagine that. And, when we look at it from that perspective, it sounds so childish. But believe it, we do these things as grown men. As grown people, we do these things. Right? Where she tell me no, or, you're going in a way, you don't want to talk to nobody because you didn't get what you wanted. We do these things. Right? Go on.
Verse 5.
Probably don't kill nobody for it though, but we do these things, right? Go on.
But Jezebel his wife came to him and said unto him, Why is thy spirit so sad, that thou eatest no bread? And he said unto her, Because I spoke to Naboth the Jezreelite, and said unto him, Give me thy vineyard for money, or else, if it please thee, I will give thee another vineyard for it. And he answered, I will not give thee my vineyard. And Jezebel his wife said unto him, Doest thou now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let thy heart be merry. I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite.
Right, and this is why it's key, brothers, we have the right helpmates in our lives. Because the wrong helpmate will definitely feed into the wrong spirit. If you know what I mean? If you don't have the right helpmate wife and whatnot. Because what was her solution? What was her mindset when she saw the king there sulking and whatnot?
She said, well, you're the king. Take whatever's yours.
Take what you want. And that, you see, that's the mindset she has. Like, are you not the king? Bro, man up. So what she did is, we have a term where she gassed him up.
Yeah.
And rather than gassing him up, saying, hey, you know what? You're the king, there's many lands. What's so special about that land? I like this one better. She could have done that, but she's like, no, aren't you the king? So here what? We're going to come up with a plan to get the land. Go on. So she helped him, but not in the right way. Go on.
Verse 8. So she wrote letters in Ahab's name, and sealed them with his seal, and sent the letters unto the elders and to the nobles that were in his city, dwelling in Naboth. And she wrote in the letter, saying, Proclaim a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people, and set 2 men, sons of Belial, before him, to bear witness against him, saying, Thou didst blaspheme the Most High, and the king, and then carry him out, and stone him, that he may die. And the men of his city, even the elders of the nobles, who were in the inhabitants in the city, did as Jezebel had sent unto them, and as it was written in the letters which she had sent unto them. They proclaimed a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people. And there came in 2 men, children of Belial, and sat before him. And the men of Belial witnessed against him, even against Naboth, in the presence of the people, saying, Naboth hath blasphemed the Most High and the king. Then they carried him forth out of the city, and stoned him with stones, that he died.
Right? Now you're saying in a scenario like this, boy, you wish you had a Daniel around, with the Holy Spirit just to come and save this guy, right? Looking at the story of Susanna, right? Well, let's look at this scenario. So the king wanted the land. It bothered him. He's in distress. His wife seen it, said, hey, are you not the king? She took matters into her hand because she wrote the letters. She signed the letters. She sent the letters. But they came up with a plan, and the plan was to get 2 men to lie upon this guy so that they could put him to death. So we see it went from coveting, a desire to have something, to now bearing false witness against thy neighbor, and then from that to murder. And as I said, the spirit of coveting, it can go in so many different areas if we don't guard against it. Go on, though.
Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, Naboth is stoned and is dead. And it came to pass when Jezebel heard that Naboth was stoned and was dead, that Jezebel said to Ahab, Arise, take possession of the vineyard of Naboth, the Jezreelite, which he refused to give thee for money. For Naboth is not alive, but dead.
Right? So now we even get it for free. It's a bonus. You don't even have to pay for it. It's free. Go on.
But it came to pass when Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, that Ahab rose up to go down to the vineyard of Naboth, the Jezreelite, to take possession of it. And the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Arise, go down to meet Ahab, king of Israel, which is in Samaria, Behold, he is in the vineyard of Naboth, whither he is gone down to possess it. And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Hast thou killed and also taken possession? And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, Thus saith the Most High, In the place where dogs lick the blood of Naboth, shall dogs lick thy blood, even thine. And Ahab said to Elijah, Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? And he answered, I have found thee, because thou hast sold thyself to work evil in the sight of the Lord. Behold, I will bring evil upon thee, and will take away thy posterity, and will cut off from Ahab him that pisseth against the wall, and him that is shut up and left in Israel.
Right? So this cost of coveting, once again, it wouldn't just affect him. Anybody who pissed against the wall, meaning all his male boys would pay this cost for what he did. And that's the part that sometimes we don't see. So the thing is that I'm pretty sure Ahab understood that there's a God watching. But yet through his desire, he figured he kind of downplayed that to the Most High won't see this. But yet the Most High, that's why he's like, you found me. Yeah. The Most High is watching. I mean, I found you. He's not sleeping. And he brought it to his attention saying, you are going to pay for this. And we can see Jezebel, because you came up with this plan, oh man, dogs are going to have a good time with you. She became dog food. And every man, he wiped out that whole family from the kingship and gave it to somebody else. So you look at it and you say to yourself, you know what? At the time, the game looked good, but at what cost? And a lot of times we don't see the cost, we just look at the reward. You guys see what I'm trying to say? So I'll use another, a more worldly example. The adversary knows that majority of God's people come from humble circumstances, right? Especially with the younger generations. So through that, we're always looking for ways to come on up. How are we going to come on up? The adversary has a way of giving us ideas that may seem good, but when the reward looks good, but we never look at the consequences that are a possibility, right? And I'm saying, to some degree we did, but to some degree we didn't. So, for cases, it's like, okay, we need money. Robbing a bank seems like a good idea, right? They got a lot of money. So we'll look at that and justify that and sell that ideal to ourselves, but not really taking consideration, well, we could go to jail. I mean, we probably thought about that. Not likely though, but we go to jail. That affects the children, because I'm no longer around to be the man to help raise these children. Eventually, the contract that's against us, they got me out of the house because I'm incarcerated. The wife's trying to do everything to raise the children and also keep a shelter over their house, over there. And the children are left without any protection because, like I said, mom's trying to do best she can be to be the dad and mom. And society, TV, is all, the children are left vulnerable to be raised by those things. And then we know it becomes generational, and we're here where we are today. But a lot of times that's how it happens. I remember when I'm coming up, I'm like, yo, and that's why the Bible says, there's a proverb that says, if your friends entice you to go and shed innocent blood, don't follow them. Because it's a reality. I'm telling you, I know how it is to be sitting down with a friend and be like, man, we need some pizza. We need whatever that we don't need now. And, I remember we said, okay, you know what? And I said, we were young. Let's just go out and just go steal. And then it went from going out to steal from, Zellers, Kmart. You remember back then we had Kmart, Zeller. Then it said, okay, you know what? We're gonna start watching cars and breaking into cars. Then it turns in, okay, no, we're actually gonna rob people, like actually see people, grab their bag and run. But it continues and continues until it gets to the point where, it ends up damaging. It takes you, jail, car. It starts that cycle where it never ends. Eventually it never ends, right? But it all started from that spirit of coveting. And it took us down a long roller coaster to this day. You have some people based off of the first choice they made off of coveting is still paying for the choice they made back when they were young, right? Because, for instance, they've been in the system so much now, they can't get a job, they can't, you know what I mean? They're trying to change, the stigma and everything that came from that one choice they made. And that's the sad part of our society, right? So in so many cases, we've seen this, and based off that choice, we paid a price for making the wrong decision. But I'm saying that decision is so easy to make based on how this thing was set up against us from the beginning, right? Let's continue now.
Verse 22. And I will make thine house like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahijah, for the provocation wherewith thou hast provoked me to anger, and made Israel to sin. And of Jezebel also spoke the Lord, saying, the dog shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel. Him that died of Ahab in the city, the dog shall eat. And him that died in the field shall the fowls of the air eat. But there was none like unto Ahab, which did sell himself to work wickedness in the sight of the Most High, whom Jezebel his wife stirred up.
Whom Jezebel his wife, she stirred him up. Let's get Deuteronomy chapter 5, let's get 21.
You better say no.
And it's crazy. But here we read how his wife stirred him up. And wives, you guys are helpmate. And as I said, this scenario here, we see that he had the wrong helpmate. But there's times, if we're not careful, where sometimes wives can stir up husbands to go about this wrong, right? And I'll give you an example. And it's, part of it is coveting on the wife's end. So for instance, we know how the game goes. The magazines, TV, you have Instagram. I mean, we're living in a time where through advertisement, they can feed the spirit of coveting. Movies are the best though. Because movies, as I said, I fell for it. I felt like all my relationships, they had to look like how they looked in the movies. So if they didn't look like movie love, it wasn't love. So I was affected. So I coveted after love, after relationship and whatnot. But that desire, you know what I mean? Anyway, that's another discussion. But where I'm going with this is that sometimes as a wife, and you're bombarded with how it should look, and it doesn't look that way, right? Sometimes, and you share that with your husband, but it doesn't look like Mary and Tom over there. They got a house, they got this, they got that. And the man trying to do the best he can do. He's not, I'm not saying, because as men we have to have some vision. So I'm not saying, God is not, he's working, he's doing the best he can do. But because of that extra pressure, and he wants to please his wife, stirred him up to kind of please find a way to deal with your covetousness and to keep, happy wife, happy life, so to speak. That's what they say, right? So based off that pressure he's feeling from you to make it happen, he goes out and he starts doing some extra work, extra things, da-da-da-da. Next thing you know, he's in jail, trying to give you that better life that you so coveted after. And you know, as I say, to desire something better, nobody's saying that's not the problem, but it's as I said, the heart behind it and what caused it. If you saw somebody else with it and whatnot, and that became why I have to have it because so and so has it, that's coveting. Call it for what it is. Right? So there's one thing to be content where you are and build to get where you want to get. That's different. But there's something where you see it, you desire it, and we have to have it. And, you know, because as I said, that can cause a man to go down a road he never wanted to go down. Right? That's another story, though. Let's continue. Let's go to Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 21. Neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's wife, neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is thy neighbor's.
Right? And it says, Ahab and Jezebel had arranged for a setup to bear false witness against Naboth. Not only that, but this was all done as a direct result of Abraham's coveting his neighbor's field. Death occurred as a result, and a curse was placed on Ahab's future male descendants, and they would die and be cut off from existence in Israel. Jezebel also died a horrible death as a result of the actions of coveting Naboth's possessions. The covetous spirit was at the core of the wickedness done here, right? So, there's a reason why every week we kind of remind ourselves, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, or anything of is thy neighbor's. Why? Because as I said, I'm pretty sure David knew about this. I'm pretty sure Ahab probably heard of this, whether he was following it or not. She's the children of Israel as well. But yet it's something that even though we can know, we can hear, we can still fall victim to. Right? Nobody, I think to some degree, none of us are 100% immune from it. It's just, we have to understand and see it for what it is. Because, you know, I said, I could go home, turn on TV and be like, oh, boy, she looks sick. But that's where it has to stay. You know, or you drive, you know, you got Brother Paul's Porsche sick. But that's all it stays. Shouldn't be, oh, I wonder how he got that or how I'm going to get that from, you know what I mean? But at times, it can go there, right? But anyways, let me stick on track. Let's get Micah, chapter 2. Let's get 1 to 3.
Book of Micah, chapter 2, verse 1. Woe to them that devise iniquity, and work evil upon their beds. When the morning is light, they practice it, because it is in the power of their hand. And they covet fields, and take them by violence, and houses, and take them away. So they oppress a man in his house, even a man in his heritage. Therefore thus saith the Lord, behold, against this family do I devise an evil, from which ye shall not remove your necks, neither shall ye go hot to me, for this time is evil.
All right, let's get Hebrews chapter 13. Let's get 5 to 6.
Hebrews chapter 13, verse 5. Let your conversations be without covetousness, and be content with such things as ye have. For he hath said, I will never leave you, nor forsake you. So that we may boldly say, the Most High is my help, and I will not fear what man shall do unto me.
Right, so if we rely solely on the Father, we will have confidence when we are in adversity that he will help us in times of trouble. Covetousness brings thoughts of doubt because it is fleshly, and you cannot conceive in your mind how you will sustain, because you think in a worldly way how to obtain what you desire, right? So, James says, we have not because we ask not. So part of it is understanding that some of the things that we desire, we can bring them to the Most High in prayer. Now, with that being said, there's some things He's not going to give us. Why? Because it's coming out of a worldly and sinister place. So, I use me as an example. I'm like, Father, it'd be nice to win the lottery, Because here, what? If I win the lottery, 10%, at church I'm going to get something. The whole congregation, we're going to fly on out and we're going to go to a safe zone. We're going to be setting up, But the Father knows me deep down inside and say, well, boy, Deacon, I see something in you that you may not even see inside yourself. And for that reason, I don't think this is going to be in your best interest. Because here, what? If I give this to you, you may start to lean on your own strength. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So, a lot of times, the Most High will keep certain things from us because He realizes that those things can become our downfall and become our gods. But at the same time, the things that He knows we need, like think about it, there's times where we needed a job and say, Father, I need employment right now. I need shelter right now. And He's answered those prayers. In some cases, we didn't even know, we needed a co-signer or something. We didn't even know who we were going to find, but it worked out when it was all said and done. But the Most High is like, there's another parable where He's like, He gives about a lady, and the lady was nagging the ruler. But eventually, because she was nagging him, he had to answer what she was asking him. And the Most High is saying, even your children, if your children come and ask you, you're going to give them. How can you, being evil, give good things, and me, your Father in heaven, who is good, is not going to do the same to you? So the Most High tells us that, when there's things that we desire, to bring them to Him in prayer. Say, Father, right now, my circumstance, I'm thankful for food, shelter, and rent. I'm thankful because you know what? Even when that fails, I always say to myself, well, boy, there's someone that has it worse than me right now. But Father, this is where I'm at right now. If it be your will, I'm hoping I can kind of improve my circumstances. But only if it's according to your will. I always think about there's one in Psalms where the man saying, don't make me be too rich, don't make me rich, don't make me poor. Just keep me. And for some of us, that's probably the best place for us to be. Because if we're too poor, guess what? High chance we're going to rob, we're going to steal. And if we're too rich, there's part of us that may trust in our riches. But if we're right in the middle, then it always keeps us grounded to know, say, you know what, Father? You give it and you take it away. But everything comes from you. And that's where the Most High wants us to be self-sufficient on Him. Go on now. 1 Timothy chapter 6. Let's get 4 to 10.
Verse 4. He is proud, knowing nothing, but doting about questions and strifes of words, whereof cometh envy, strife, railings, evil submission, perverse disputings of men of corrupt minds, and destitute of the truth, supposing that gain is godliness. From such withdraw thyself.
Right? From such withdraw thyself. That gain is godliness. Right? And it's funny because you do have people who teach that message. Gain is godliness. You guys ever heard that message being? No? I see some brothers say, no, that's the prosperity movement. What possessions you have determines how you're blessed. So I've heard, and I've talked about this in the past, I heard, hey, you live in the ghetto. God's not shining on you. Maybe not in those words, but the words like, you know, you live in this area, the Most High is not blessed. You're not blessed. You gotta come back. You gotta, sow your seed and get out of those scenarios and come to this area, and the Most High is blessing. Right? Or, my whole congregation is poor. I have a jet. G6. I have my own. Every day I'm in tailored suits, Gucci, and Prada, hush puppies on. Right? Those were the shoes back in the day, right? I'm blessed. Right? And the thing is about it, and it goes back to the law reading where it says, we never credit someone based on their outer appearance. A lot of times we see people like that and say, yeah, you're right, you are blessed. Look at you. You're stunning from that, you must be blessed. So a lot of times we will, we'll hold people up. So while he's blessed, and the whole congregation is starving, nobody's looking at that like, oh, this is robbery. Because the first century church was like, all things were common. You see what I'm saying? So in some cases, we've accepted that doctrine. But it's the farthest thing from the Most High. Read that again, though.
He is proud, knowing nothing, but doting about questions and strives of words, whereof cometh envy, strife, railing, and evil submission, perverse disputings of men, corrupt minds, and destitute of the truth, supposing that gain is godliness. From such withdraw thyself.
Right? So there are many, even in the understanding of being Israel, who are not content with having food to eat and clothes on their back. There are also those in the truth who went back into the world based off of their covetousness. Right? So another thing that we see is that, a lot of us, we come to serve the Most High. We have to go through that time of trial that the Most High told us from the jump. He who comes to serve the Most High, prepare thy soul for temptation. And part of that temptation sometimes, depending on where your heart is, because the Most High knows our hearts, He will take away some of the things you put your trust in, and you build your confidence in. So in some cases, it could be your finances. It could be your job. And these things, believe it or not, will be attacked. For some people, it's family. That's their treasure. That's where they put their heart in, right? But once these things are starting to be attacked, right? And I'm going to read it again. There are also those in the truth who went back into the world based off of their covetousness. So because I said finances are being attacked by the adversary, because the adversary is doing everything to get you back into the world. They look at it as saying, I can't do this. It's better, it's better that I go back and just do what I can because this walk is hard. If this was according to God, I feel like I'm being punished right now rather than being enlightened and blessed. And it's because they don't understand the ways of the Most High, right? So we know that you come to serve the Most High, prepare your soul for temptation. The Most High gave us an example. Job came to serve the Most High. Job almost lost that. He lost a lot. Now, we don't necessarily, some of us never went to that extent, but nonetheless, we all can relate that, it got uncomfortable before it got easier walking this walk. And that's a given, right? But some people never make it to that point where they give up and they lose hope and lose their patience with the Most High. And therefore, because they lost hope and patience, they go back right into the world. Right? Let's continue though. You got something? Go on.
Verse 6. But godliness with contentment is great gain.
But godliness with what?
Godliness with contentment is great gain.
Go on.
For we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we carry nothing out.
Right? So godliness with contentment. Being able to be content. is really a power that the adversary is banking we will not have. So in a lot of times, you know how they get us to betray one another? With a bag. Sell out your brother, and I'll make you, there will be a great reward for you doing this. And a lot of times we take the bag. Sure. Then we betray our brother, and then you know what, after we betrayed our brother, you realize the bag wasn't even worth it. And a lot of times that's what happens. We're living with the guilt of selling out our brother for the rest of our life. And you know what? Some people are so bad they don't even have that. But in many cases, you look at Judas. Judas coveted after the 30 shekels of silver that he could have got from the perfume. And because he coveted after that, you know what he did? He betrayed his brother. We know what he did. He betrayed his brother and sold him off for 30 pieces. Priced his life for 30 pieces of what? Silver? Shekel?
Silver.
Right? Silver. 30 pieces. 30 pieces. Only to take that 30 pieces and say, yo, I don't want it, and go kill off yourself. It's the same thing when you watch what happened to Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton, the guy that betrayed him, he did an interview years later. You know what he did after the interview? Killed himself. Because he couldn't live with the grief of betraying his brother for chump change. And if you watch that movie at the end of it, he thought he was getting a big payout. He looked at it and saw $200. $200 for betraying. I mean, put it like this. You can never put a price on betraying a friend. The Bible tells you how valuable, how priceless a friendship is, a true friendship is. But as I said, because we're coming from the whole, we're not content, we're willing to betray one another. This is how they are. But a person who's content, and even though you're content and you have a desire to say, hey, I want to get out of these circumstances. But I'm content enough to work through it and see the Most High get me through this, rather than take matters into my own hand, betray my brother or my sister to get there. That's a different mindset. Right? Go on.
Verse 8. And having food and raiment, let us therewith be content. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith, and pierced themselves through which many sorrows.
Pierce themselves with many sorrows. So the thing about chasing money is that the Bible tells you it's like trying to catch a bird with wings. You'll never be content if that's what your desire is. So nothing wrong with building wealth. But if that's where your heart is, your heart will never be filled or satisfied. Right? So there are many, even in the understanding of being an Israelite, who are not content with having food to eat, clothes on their back. There are also those in the truth who, and I read this already, right? Went back into the world based on covetousness. Let's get Philippians chapter 4, and let's get 11 to 12. Right? And I'll be honest, that's the motto I live by. I said, no matter how rough things may seem, people ask me how you doing. I'm all right. I got food, shelter, and raiment. I'm blessed. Right? There's so many things I have desire that I'm trying to do behind scenes and whatnot, but here what? If I have food, I have shelter, I have raiment, I'm good. And I tell you what, when I'm ready, right? Because I realize, like, my mindset is, I realize Most High takes care of all creation. I mean, look at the lilies of the field. And I'm telling you, even in my contentment, hey, some of these holy days when I'm ready to put on a show and dress up and look nice, I look like I'm $1,000,000. So I'm saying that. Why? Because even in our contentment, the Most High, He's the author. He can beautify us even with the little that we have. But we have to understand that, embrace that, and allow Him to work. But a lot of times we're so stuck and we don't allow Him to do that. But I'm telling you, sometimes I'm like, why, honey, what are we going to wear? And by the time it's said and done, like, Brother Sahar will come and say, yo, where you get that closet at? I'm like, bro, you came to my house and saw my closet. I need some work in my closet right now. It's just the grace of the Most High to just patch this up and make this all look good. You know what I mean? Well, let's continue. Let's get Luke. Or Philip? Let's get Philip. Philippians.
Philippians chapter 4, verse 11. Not that I speak in respect of one, for I have learned in whatsoever state I am, therewith to be content. I know both how to be abased, and I know how to abound. Everywhere and in all things I am instructed both to be full and to be hungry, both to abound and to suffer need.
Right? So through the high times and the low times, you learn to be content with where you are and pray continually. Right? Now, this is the wisdom that's not given with being content. If you can be content in every scenario, it gives you the ability to, you're flexible with your circumstances, so to speak. So somebody who's never experienced what it is to be poor, what do you think happens to them when they get poor? If they're ever to fall in poverty? Can't handle it. I mean, in some cases, people want to kill themselves. We've seen that, right? Now, at the same time, I mean, there's a flip side to it as well, because, you know, some people who've never been rich, when they become rich, they start wilding out. And only to be poor again later on down the road. So there's a balance to it. But I think the main point that I'm trying to focus on here is the fact that if we don't learn to be content, and as things start to get harder, so to speak, eventually we're going to set up ourselves to be those, because we don't know what it is to be abased. We're going to be those that are willing to compromise and receive the mark of the beast. Because we don't know what it is to be, you know, without life as we know it. Right? And it's crazy because, I tell you, I use another example. You ever have rich family, and then when they come by you, it's like, they act posh. You know what I mean? Like, right? Like, so they're so used to be, you know, like they come to the rich side of the family. But when they come around you, it's like they don't know how to act. They're like out of place. They're like, not used. Is it safe? We go inside. Right? But if you're a little bit more, you come from, you've seen a little bit both sides, and you're content with that now. Usually you go around family now, say you go back home now, and your family lives in a certain part of the city and whatnot, you might know how to operate and flex. Because, you can relate to being from, maybe not as bad, but you can relate because, there's a certain thing that's universal. So I don't feel like I'm posh around my cousins who come from more humble circumstances than me. because I'm content. What we have? We have bread and sweet milk. All right. What's it? Boiled dumpling and what's up? I never did that one. But I would try it and will be content. You know what I mean? But for some people, it's like, what is this? You know, some people, I don't want to eat no sardines. What are you talking about? I'm past that. What? Wait till the famine hits. What are you going to eat then? You see what I'm saying? So that's the wisdom of us learning to be content in all scenarios. Is that when we're faced with these scenarios, it's not a shell shock to us. And we're like, I don't know how to handle this. Right? But let's continue. Let's get Luke chapter 3 and let's get 11 to 14. And then we got two more. We're almost at the end.
The book of Luke, chapter 3, verse 11. He answered and said unto them, He that hath 2 coats, let him impart to him that hath none. And he that hath meat, let him do likewise. Then came also publicans to be baptized, and said unto him, Master, what shall we do? And he said unto them, Exact no more than that which is appointed you. And the soldiers likewise demanded of him, saying, And what shall we do? And he said unto them, Do violence to no man, neither accuse any falsely, and be content with your wages.
Right? Now, Christ told the soldiers to be content with their wages, be content with what he was getting paid at work, basically. Many, even when they have more than enough, lose sight of the Most High and chase the dollar and all that comes with making money. They even make claim that they will put the money to a worthy cause, but never do. And I was talking about that, right? But never do. Right? Now, Now, I think the greater wisdom here, right, is for us to be fair and honest. Because sometimes with, goes into buying and selling, like we'll use buying and selling. So for these guys, the soldier, like for instance, the soldier, they had ability, and if, I'm going to use y'all as a scenario. So if you get pulled over in the islands, right? And the officer says, you want me to write something? Or you want to left something? You know what he's saying, right? Yeah. So Christ's words would be very applicable to him. Be content with your wages. Right? So we have the ability where, because we covet and we want more, sometimes, we can, as I said, for the soldiers, it's like, pay me more so I don't bring you to jail. For someone else, it may be, I can sell you this for more because I want to make, like, for instance, I get it for this, but my markup is going to be, I'll give you my example. I'm not going to put the establishment on the line because it's a black establishment. I don't want to damage black businesses. I went to go buy a patty from a store. Now, I'll go to one store and buy a patty and they'll charge me what? The most $2 for a patty. I went to this store. All they did is they cut the patty in half and put a piece of cheese in there and want to charge me $4 for the patty. $4 for a patty. I said to, my pride and stuff, I'm not going to, because I bought the patty already, so I'm not going to, it's when I leave another store and say, hold on, I gave her $20, I might only have $10 left. So I bought 2 patties for $8. In my head, I could have bought a box. So the part that bothered me is that they're looking about money, like the money of it. But they're not looking at the rationality as, okay, this markup's a little bit too high. Because, and that's the thing sometimes that makes it hard doing business with us, is that we covet to make the max amount of profit. There's 2 sides of it, don't get me wrong, because there's a side of it where we can't compete against Walmart and, I would say Chinese with their buying power. But there's a side of it where we get it at a price and then we want to maximize how much we're getting off of this one product. And by doing that, it's unfair business practice. It actually forces us to say, you know what? I would love to support your business, but I think Walmart seems a little bit more reasonable right now. So we do ourselves damage by coveting to get the maximum profit from the same people that are coming from the same predicament that we're all coming from, humble beginnings. So sometimes, we got to be careful of that, be mindful of that. So when it comes to business, whether it comes to your, law enforcement or whatnot, it's about being fair and being content. Fair and content. So right now my company, they need to be paying me a little bit more. I'm content because I got food, shelter, and raiment. But it needs to be fair. And nothing wrong with fighting for fair, but it's about doing unfair stuff to make extra gain. And I said a lot of times we will do that, where we'll do some stuff we shouldn't be doing in order to make profit. And that's the area where we got to be careful of, right? Let's go 1 Corinthians.
Book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 25. That there should be no schism in the body, but that the members should have the same care one for another. And whether one member suffer, all the members suffer with him. Or one member be honored, all the members rejoice with him. Now ye are the body of Christ, and members in particular. And the Most High hath set some of the churches, first apostles, secondary prophets, thirdly teachers, after that miracles, then gifts of healing, helps, governments, diversity of tongues. Are all apostles? Are all prophets? Are all teachers? Are all workers of miracles? Have all the gifts of healing? Do all speak with tongues? Do all interpret? But covet earnestly the best gifts, and yet show I unto you a more excellent way.
Right? But Paul says if there's anything we should cover, let's covet the best gifts. So, and let me read the commentary. So Paul was saying that all parts of the church are important, but desire to have the better gifts, like being able to edify people. Covet in a righteous manner and desire to obtain that which the Father has for those who didn't receive it. So I'll give you an example of this. In my old church, I used to have a guy. Some of you guys may know him, the one that I do talk about him. I mean, he came here a while back in the early days. But he was very skilled at reading the Bible. And at that time, I was very illiterate at reading the Bible. And I coveted that. I remember I even prayed, I said, I would like to be able to go through the Bible like this brother. So I wasn't going to kill him to learn to read the Bible the way he did, but I coveted that and I desired that. And I throw that out there. Why? Because not to say I'm a scholar yet, I'm still a baby learning. But I see what the Most High has done, and I'm saying the time that I coveted the brother and his ability to go through the Bible, and the time the Most High made me comfortable with the Bible, it was like a 3-year span. 3-year span. So there's things that we can covet, and it's literally the things that are going to be useful for the Most High's purpose. So you see the elder is like, I covet that and da. First thing you got to do is you got to pray on it. Bring this desire towards the Most High. And it'll be the Most High's will. The Most High will raise you up to possess that gift, to use it for His benefit. But these are the things we want to covet, right? Let's get Romans chapter 7 and let's get 7 to 11. Right? There's some brothers that can pray a good prayer. I'm coveting that as well. And you know what? It's helped. It really has helped me to grow in that aspect. So there's spiritual things that we can covet that are going to be beneficial to us and are beneficial to the Most High's word. Go on.
Romans chapter 7, verse 7. What shall we say then? Is the law sin? God forbid. Nay, I had not known sin by the law. For I had not known lust, except the law had said, Thou shalt not covet. But sin, taking occasion by the commandment, wrought in me all manner of concupiscence. For without the law, sin was dead. For I was alive without the law once, but when the commandment came, sin revived, and I died. And the commandment which was ordained to life, I found to be unto death. For sin, taking occasion by the commandment, deceived me, and by it slew me.
Right? So Paul letting us know it was by the law that he knew that lust was sinful. He then lets us know that by the law of sin, he had all kinds of wicked thoughts. Therefore, when the sinful man arises in our flesh, we must step back from it and not partake in its wickedness, because in the end, it brings forth death. Right? Now let's get Romans chapter 13. Now, is this the last one? This is the last scripture, right? I'll act it after the last scripture. Let's get Romans chapter 13, verse 8 to 10.
Romans 13 and 8. Owe no man anything, but to love one another. For he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law. For this, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, thou shalt not covet. And if there be any other commandment, it is briefly comprehended in this saying, namely, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Love worketh no ill to his neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfilling of the law.
Right? So we must love in deed, not just by word, not just word. And in the end, overcoming our lust helps us to better love others, as the scripture defines what love is. Finish strong, put down all manners of covetousness of this world. With that being said, shalom, family. Now I was going to say something. Slip my mind. Any questions, statements regarding the lesson? Now, there is one scenario that I can think of. Oh, sorry. Who had a question? Benjamin? Desire. That's a good question. So, desire. Okay. That's a good question. So, desire is something was put upon your heart. So for instance, I have a desire to change my circumstance, right? Now, through that desire, you want something more, and you're willing to work towards it, and allow the Most High, because we're people of the Most High, but work towards getting to get to that desire. So, desire is having hard work, dedication, sacrifice time to fulfill that desire. Now, the difference with coveting is a desire, and that's a hard one.
When you take it into your own hands.
Say that again? It's the means to the end.
When you take it into your own hands to get that, what you desire.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. So coveting would be like, I want this. Yes.
But it could be something somebody else has, but as long as you're not breaking the law.
But this is what, and that's why I said it's a desire. So for instance, that desire can come from, like, for instance, I see Brother Zahar and whatnot, and I have a desire to also have a Rolex. Right? But that my desire is, I'm gonna work for it, I'm gonna save up for it, I'm gonna, if it be the will of the Most High, I'll get it through my own hard work and labor. Sometimes through the spirit of covetous, it's how can I get it now? And my reasons for getting it, yeah, and even from that person, right? But at the same time, the fulfillment of getting it, I'm willing to do almost anything. You see what I'm saying? So I will cheat, I will steal, I'll find some ways some evil means to fulfill that desire. Right? Usually, when we're operating that spirit of coveting, high chance there's something, we know we're doing, you know what I mean? Because, I said it can start off as a desire, like, I said, brother, have a nice car. I've seen this, brother, have a nice car, I want one of those cars too. All right, you know what? How am I going to get it? How am I going to work towards getting it? Right? If I work towards getting it, not so much, that's not really it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't put it in that same realm as covet. I had a desire. And I worked hard to, you know what I mean? I'm thinking, I'm trying to do the best job there, but it's such a thin line between coveting and having a desire to work for what you want to get. You know what I mean?
Would it be best to say, like, just based off the lesson as a whole, that if you're not content with what you have, that then leads to covetousness? And by you, for example, if you desire, you said it right, if you desire something like a gift or whatever the case may be, but you're content with what you have, then you seek the Most High to receive it. But then if I see, like, say, Al-Zahar's Rolex, and I'm not content with what I have, would that say now I'm starting to covet? Now I want...
To go a little bit step further, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, for instance, I have a car. I'm looking to get a car. I see I'm going to rent a car. Boy, I like to have that car. I'm going to work hard, right? But you have another scenario where, all right, I have a Rolex, you have a Rolex. Well, you know what? The Rolex is out. I need to get that Rolex. So you're not content because you have. But yet, because you see somebody else, you are, we would call that an island. That's kind of red eye too, right?
Yeah.
So red eye compared to somebody who, because with a person that's red eye, usually it's an ongoing thing. Everybody you see with something, you have a desire, you want that too. You didn't generally want it, but because that person wants it, you want it too. So, that lack of being content,
can lead to covetousness.
What you have to lead to that covetousness, right?
Because I noticed that every time we talked on the contrary to covetousness, it was always with the precept, be content, be happy with what you have now.
Yes.
If you don't have it.
Right? So, yes. So, being content with what you have, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with us desire to have something better, but it's where that desire will take you. Right?
So just in a general understanding, you can have a desire for something, but you're content if you don't get it.
Yes. Well, does anybody have a strong? I want to get a strong. Just in case. Just to clear it up. Yeah.
If I covet my neighbor's wife, she's already given to a man.
Yes.
And there's only one of her.
Yes.
So I'm desiring something that's been given, that belongs to somebody. Right?
Well, that's clear cut.
So you can have another watch, but you can't have his watch.
I see what you're saying. So basically you're saying that it belongs to somebody else.
Yes.
And there's nothing else that you can duplicate it.
That's correct.
That's a good point.
And that is absolutely dead on. But then, there's the other side of it where they make many of these things.
But that's just desire. It's not covetousness. You're not coveting somebody else's.
But this is where it can get there.
Yes.
Because I want it, right? I'm willing to lie, steal, cheat, even though it's not his own, but I'm still willing to do these things to get it.
That's called stealing.
Or it becomes just your
No, it becomes but remember, through coveting, I can become a murderer, I can become a liar, you see what I'm saying? So, like, for instance, Paul says, I didn't know not to lust until it said, thou shalt not covet. So, that, you can be lusting out for a single lady. You see what I'm saying? So, a clear cut would be, yes, it's one possession. That's clear cut. But through what the adversary has done, through marketing, through commercials, through advertisement, you ever watch I'll give you an example. You ever watch a commercial? You never had no desire prior to you watching a commercial. After you watch a commercial, you're like, I need one of those. Is that coveting? Does that fall in that line? I'm asking. I'm just asking.
It's not if you stay focused on the Most High. So like if it's something that takes you away from being righteous,
Yeah.
then it's wrong. Like if I say to myself, I cannot be happy unless I get this, it's beyond desire.
Thank you. And you know why I say that? And I say that why? Because I fell victim to this. So what they, like right now, what they do right now, all they do is post up celebrities, Louis Vuitton, big chain, name brand designer clothes. Kids see this, they comment after that. They go out, they sell drugs. They go out, they rob people in order to have that image. And if they don't have that image, they're nobody. So I'm asking you, is that coveting?
No. Yes. No.
Let's get a shot.
Deuteronomy 5:21 is very clear.
Hold on, let's get a shot. And then we'll get that as well. I'm glad we're having these conversations because, as I said, this is an area that can go so broad. Right? Go on. Let's get it covered.
H1214. Batsa, a primitive root to break off that is usually plunder, to finish, interestingly stop, be, covet, cut off, finish, fulfill, gain, greedily, get, be given to, covetousness, greedy, perform, be wounded.
Right? So greedy falls into that. So, as I said, it can go in so many different places. But you want to get so many different.
Yes. Deuteronomy 5, 21. What is it that the Most High does not want us to covet? Right? We read it every week. Okay?
Yeah.
Thy neighbor's wife, thy neighbor's ass, thy neighbor's house, thy neighbor's. Okay? It's what belongs to somebody else.
No, I get that. But I'm saying, and I'm saying this because I actually lived it, where based off of average, I'm going to say average, I'm just going to say media. I know what it is, Brother Caleb, to watch these things without any guidance, and based off what I am seeing, I want it. And you have some people that will say, hey, you know what? I'm not willing, I'm content with getting this through hard work. And you have others that saying, I'm not going to get this, I'm not doing this through hard work because I saw my parents and whatnot. I'm taking the shortcuts to get this. So I'm saying through that, it becomes coveting because now you're willing through greed, through whatever, to get what you were trying to get.
But if I'm coveting the gift of the Holy Spirit, okay? If I'm coveting that, it's not a sin.
No, but the Bible says covet good things.
Yes.
The Bible says covet good things.
Yes.
So that's something you should covet. But at the same time, that shows you that the spirit of covet can go into so many different areas. Because for the Holy Spirit, even though there's the Holy Spirit, she's given access to all those that believe in her. You see what I'm saying? So there's good things we can covet that the Most High tells us to covet. Even there's good things that we can provoke. It says provoke one another in good things. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that why? Because when you look at what's being done today and what's driving the youth today, it's vanity and it's the spirit of coveting. And as I said, through those things, I'm seeing it and I've lived it where people will rob one another in these communities. People will lie to one another to obtain and get what they want.
I'm glad you say that.
Right?
This sister have her hands up along.
All right. Let me get you after, brother. Let me get
So, another source that I like to use in addition to the Strong's is the Webster's 1828.
Yeah.
So covetousness, it is a desire, but it's what type of desire? I think we've been saying it. So it says a strong or inordinate desire of obtaining and possessing things. But when you look at the word inordinate, it means irregular, disorderly, excessive, immoderate, not limited to rules prescribed.
Right.
So it's like that desire of the flesh versus the good things.
Right, and you'll break any rule, right? So, you want to say something, brother?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I am agree with Brother Rob over here.
Yes.
I think covetousness is basically if somebody has something and that's the only thing that he has and you want it, just like what you just said about the guy who robbed, right, in our community. They see you with a nice sneakers, they don't want to go over and get one like that. They want the one that you have on your feet and they come and shoot you and take it off your feet and go. To me, that's the true definition of covetousness. I agree with him 110%.
No, but let me ask you this, right? And we'll leave it here, because we're not going to, it's not about, right? I just want to open the door to the conversation, right? If I see my brother down the road with the shoe on, or if I see a man on TV who have the shoe on, but yet I still have the same desire and I'm still willing to get it. No, what I'm saying, right? Say if I see it on TV, right? And I see a guy on TV with it, right? But I know the store have it. And I go in the store and I go and steal it from the store.
It's still covetousness.
But I'm saying...
It's called stealing.
No, but as I said, it cooked up from covetousness and led to stealing.
Yes.
So I'm saying, no matter how you look at it, I still have to see it. Whether I see it from the one down the road that lives on my corner, or I saw it on TV, it still came with me seeing it and having a disordinary desire to obtain that and not being content with the shoes that I have on my feet already. So it still goes back to what you see.
It's still a desire.
It's still a desire.
I'm not saying that, but I mean, just the action. Just look
So I'm saying...
Look at the three things he gave in the Bible today.
Yeah.
With Ahab, there was just one vineyard. With David, there was just one Bathsheba.
Yes.
So.
But I'm saying, he still had to see it.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying, dealing with Satan, the adversary, I'm going to build a construct that brings about these disordinary feelings. And if I could use media to do it, if I can use the internet, social media, or if I could use commercial TV to do it, if I could use social media to do it, in the end of the day, I still get the same results. So I'm saying, when we look at where we are today, you pick up your phone, you scroll on Facebook, hold on, the girl look nice. All right, I'll leave where I like. If you're not careful, though, you're leaving a like every picture she's setting up. And then, private message. This is where we are. And that's the part that that's the part that many of us are not seeing, is that these TVs, so all of these are avenues that can lead us to covet.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't
Think about there's men that are across the world looking at women on this side of the world and saying, yo, she look nice, you know.
Yeah, but if that woman don't belong to somebody else, that's not covet.
How you know that? No. I tell you. That I'm not even going to touch on that. But this is what I'm going to tell you. No. Because he had a desire and he wanted to get to know her. He's looking for a wife. Fair enough. But I'm telling you, in the status, she's married. But yet, the desire, I don't care if she's married. Instagram should have one. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying that in so many cases, I mean, we've all, to some degree, fell victim to this. Inordinate desire. It doesn't matter how it comes to you. Right? But it comes. So that's my thing. My thing is like, it's yes, I agree with you, as in, it's someone's possession, it can be right in front of you or not. But at the same time, we know that Satan works through the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes. And that's why the Bible says, turn thy head from a shapely woman. Because guess what? I have no right to talk about King David. Let me throw that out there. He's the king. He's Christ. Let me put respect on King David's name. But if King David turned him in, when he saw Bathsheba, it would have saved him from coveting. So it doesn't matter how you see it. It's the fact that once you see it, and if you're not protected by it, you can fall victim to it. Right? Anybody else?
I think I understand the term. So would you say, like, taking away crime and maybe hard work? So like when you start, like a lot of times, I remember years ago when I started university, like 19, they're offering you credit cards. You can get a credit card, maybe $1,000 on it. I hear it's way more now. So like people who, let's say they have abundance, whether it's shoes, whether it's homes, whether it's cars, and they see things because it's the social media adverts, their neighbors, their friends, whomever, their coworkers. So you're still coveting, and I'm thinking, yes, you are. When you know you don't need it, you just want it. You want 500 shoes, you want 15 designer watches, you want all the designer purses. You're taking out line of credit, you're taking out home equity, you're doing whatever, credit cards. That's coveting too, right? You said a desire, so that's coveting too, isn't it? I mean, there's an abundance, yes, but I'm just thinking.
What's leading you to make those decisions? Because, for instance, the difference is that we can't separate coveting by you seeing something or something else. So, for instance, the difference there is a difference there. And for instance, Solomon had, how much horses did he have? How much chariots did he have? But the Bible never referred to that as coveting. You see what I'm saying? So nothing wrong with having possessions, but it's what drove you to get those possessions. Was it you're watching everybody else and felt like because everybody else have it, you see what I'm saying? What's the driving factor behind it? Because then, that can go into coveting. But nothing wrong with, having the Most High bless some of us with many possessions. You know what I mean? And there's people in the Bible, Abraham, they had great possessions. But, the mindset, the Most High blessed me. You know what I mean? There's a different mindset behind it, right? But, as I said, this is a topic can go in so many different areas. I think I'm just going to close the conversation right now. Sister Desiree, though, I cannot forget Sister Desiree. Sorry, sister.
I was just going to say something, like the whole sense that desire the kingdom, seek first the kingdom of God, and his righteousness, and all these things will be added.
Right.
And if we make that our focus, all these distractions and everything else that comes our way, if we keep our focus on the Most High God, then He will protect us and keep us from all these things outside. Right? So if we desire to do His things, desire to do His work,
And you know, I would even add to that, in some cases, I don't want anything unless the Most High gives it to me. Why? Because if he gives me something, I know, he knows me better than I know myself. And the Most High says, you know, I know my plans towards you. There's plans to prosper you. You know what I mean? So if I want something, if I get it, I want it because the Most High blessed me. Right? Because that means he looked at me and said, I'm able to deal with this, right? And manage this. And not be pulled away from it. Right? So anything I get, I would want it to be the Most High blessed me. Right? Sure. Then we'll go into the announcements.
So read this quick. Proverbs chapter 30, verse 7. 2 things have I required of thee, deny me them not before I die. Remove from me vanity and lies, give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me, lest I be full and deny thee, and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain.
Alright, so at the end of the day, we want to be in that medium spot if Most High willing, and just be content with what the Most High has blessed us with. And I tell you what, in a lot of cases, we're richer than we ever know, than we know. You know? And it's crazy because, you know, you go back to certain countries and whatnot, and you see they have less than us. And in a lot of cases, they're happier in terms of, from a community standpoint, right? Because, you know, they've learned to make the best out of the little they have. Where sometimes we got so much and it becomes so messy and confusing trying to juggle everything. So there's a strength and there's a power in being content. And that's something, as I said, we should have, especially as the world starts to dry up. So I'll leave that there. Let's get into the announcements. And I thank you guys for sharing, because today's class would not be insightful without everybody sharing. So thank you guys. Let's get the announcements. So we got the Hebrew Bible Academy, which has started. For those, I believe they're doing second lesson 2 this Sunday. So for those that are still looking to enroll, please do so. We got the Hebrew Bible Academy. Let's continue to the next one. So we got youth and young adults. Next week, I believe is the 17th, we will be meeting up with the young adults. So for those that are 19 to 24, we will be in the front room, and we're going to have our own time to kind of reason and get to know the Most High on basically looking at some of the challenges that you guys are facing. So we're going to be doing that next week. Please, anybody that you know should be there, just spread the news. We're starting our young adults ministry next Shabbat. And with that being said, I might as well do it now, right? So, I'm going to have my brother up here. I'm going to tell you guys, bear with him. Don't be too harsh on him, right? But I'm going to have Brother Paul, something we've been talking about, as brothers we've been talking about for a while, kind of build up men, build up the positions and whatnot. So I'm going to be with the young adults next Shabbat. Brother Paul, Brother Shamar, they will be up here. And pretty much we're going to kind of have that routine and until we build up the youth ministry to where it should be, right? So I'm just giving you guys a heads up. Like I said, encourage him. And, during Tabernacles, a lot of brothers came to me and said, Deacon, you might lose a spot to Brother Paul, I'm like, at the end of the day, it's the will of the Most High. I go, I'm tempted to sit down. but at the same time, I definitely took the feedback. And he was the candidate. And we're going to see it. Not the only brother that might come up here, but we're going to start off with Brother Paul. So I want to say, you guys, pray for him. Let's encourage him. Because I know, as I said, this is going to be his first time doing it, first time. And I'm hoping, throughout the weeks he'll find his own groove, right? But I know that doesn't happen like this. It takes time. And it takes support and encouragement and prayer. So he'll be up here next week. I will be doing the law reading. I'm not giving you the law reading yet. But he'll be doing the lesson. So that's happening next week. Just letting you guys know. Let's show on out and let's show our support to Brother Paul. Let's hit the next one. Alright, so our prayer request. Now I gotta update this prayer request. I'm still praying for Sister Marcia. Mom, with her mom. Just really praying, strengthen her, strengthen the family. Just all around. Praying for Mama Angela's son Joshua. Anyone, we have contact her. We're gonna follow up on that. This one should be down, so we know the Most High delivered. Brother Chris, Sister Letitia, they got newborn. We said woman child. I can't say girl child. Woman child. Most High has blessed them, and definitely keep them in our prayers as they work the whole family life and everything together. Just keep them in our prayers, encouragement, and all of that, right? Praying also for the body and for those that experience cold and flu symptoms. Know that a few people have been sick. People are away due to sicknesses. So definitely keep them in our prayers. We're living in a time where being sick is not like how it was back in the days. So we just want to keep them in our prayers. We got more there? Thank you. And we're praying for, yes, thank you, Sister Diane and her health concerns. You guys know she wasn't here last day for the feast day. She had it in hospital, do some testing and whatnot. She was in the hospital, should I say. Do some testing and whatnot. So we want to definitely keep her in our prayers. Sister Diane, she's a warrior for the Most High. So we just want to do our part and help her fight this battle. And that she's singer. And Sister Miriam as well, right? And Sister Miriam as well. We want to definitely keep them in our prayers. And also I just want to pray for ask you guys just to pray for all the different ministries within the church. Because serving the Most High is not easy. So from the choir to hospitality to feast day committee, it's a lot of work that goes in. So definitely keep them in your prayers because, keep strong to do what they're doing throughout the year, should I say. I won't say forefront of the earth. Throughout the year. We're still looking for stewards, volunteers needed, servers, and cleaning attendants. So please, we're looking it would be nice to build a schedule. That way, those that are doing the cleaning from every week, lightens the burden on them, that we can share the load and that it doesn't become overwhelming to everybody in their respective positions. So we're looking for stewards, looking for cleaning attendants. For those that are interested, please contact Sister Fiona. What else we got next? All right, and I think that is it. Thank you. Oh, that's what the thank you was?
You can?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for reminding me.
Shabbat Shalom, family. Okay, so I know, as Deacon said, a lot of people are not here today, but I hope that everyone enjoyed the feast dedication celebration here at church last Shabbat. Khan? Okay. So on behalf of the Feast Day Committee, we want to say a special thank you to the hospitality team, the newly created stewardship team that helped to serve the food for the evening, security for helping to keep the order, the sound crew, to everyone that donated their tables, the WADA. Brother Keo's not here today, but our MC, Brother Keo, for his math and spelling lessons, that was amazing.
And last but not least, the DJ on the ones and twos, Deacon Zerai. All right, so once again, let's give a round of applause to our brothers and sisters. Because as Deacon said, you know, there's a lot of work and planning that goes behind the scenes that sometimes goes unnoticed. So today we want to acknowledge all of your hard work and dedication. Okay? So we also want to remind everyone that Purim is around the corner, and we encourage you to start preparing your hearts and minds for those amongst us that are less fortunate. Each year we hand out care packages to the needy, and we'll have more details on what we are planning soon. After Purim is New Year's, which is March 4th, and then Passover. So the reason why I bring up Passover is, although it may seem like it's early to start thinking about Passover, which is 98 days away, we wanted to let you know that in the next couple of weeks we'll be sending you a link to RSVP for Passover. The reason for this is that we need to get an idea of how many people will be attending. As you know, this is an important aspect when we're planning each holy day. No payment will be required, but what we do ask you to do is keep an eye on your email for more information about the Passover RSVP. Any questions so far? Okay. If you have any feedback or comments about the feast day or suggestions going forward, please let us know or just send an email to goccgtevents@gmail.com. The WADA.
Now, something just came to my brain. You know what's funny? Let me just say it. I say our praise to the Most High these holy days. And I say that why? Because making the adjustment, like for many of us, making the adjustment, leaving the Christmas behind, the Easter, all those things. It wasn't that it was hard, but it was like, what do we substitute these things with? You know? And even like for the children, what do they substitute these things for? But I'm looking at these holy days and I'm like, we got a lot of holy days. All right, the most I know is people love to party, you know. Because I'm looking at this and I'm like, man, we got Purim, like for instance, okay, we got past dedication, I was like, breathe for a little. You know, we can breathe for a little. But we got Purim, and then we got Passover right there. And then after that, I think we get a little bit of time to wind back down, and then we got other feast days coming up as well, right? So there's never a dull moment serving the Most High, right? So say all praise to the Most High. All right, so that is it. We got one more announcement. For the men, we will be having our meeting. I'm going to probably schedule the date next week. But for the men, we are looking to once again start our winter camping with Brother Caleb. So for those that are interested, please touch base with him after lesson, right?
We're meeting in that little room.
We'll meet in the little room. So we want to discuss it, whatnot. Now, some of us will be like, camping in winter. I barely made it through tabernacle. I get it. But the whole idea behind it is kind of, one, condition our bodies for being outside of our comfort zones, and being able to know what it is to survive outside of our four walls, right? So it's preparation, it's great fellowship, it's practice. That is preparation, right? But it's something, as I said, it's something that I encourage because, as I said, it gets us, like me, I don't like to be outside. The funny thing is I'm a truck mechanic, so you have to be outside. But this helped me to get used to being outside. So it's definitely going to help. It's beneficial. And it gives us another time other than tabernacle to test out our survival gear before it's time when we really go to need them, rely on them, right? So I encourage you guys. You guys will have a wooden stove, so there is comfort to it, but it's a great time. So I encourage you guys.
Just to ease people's minds, we will be having the men preparing the camping grounds, and then we'll have families come, and then youth. Okay, and during January, just so you know that you're not forgotten.
Yeah, I think in some cases they wish they were though. All right, I'm not going to keep you guys any longer. Let's close out now. We got praise and worship coming up. Because I know I kept you guys very late today. I appreciate you guys.
Oh, my soul, and all that
This is a joyous day, oh Father. And here is where we feel most peace, most togetherness. Thank you for the reminder of who we are as children of Israel, children of obedience, and not of the rebels. We give thee praise, Father, for your continuous nourishment of the word. We desire that we continue in your will and walk aright, Father. Thank you, Ahaya Shahaya, for all the sisters and brothers who will grab the plow, oh Father, and doing their work, oh Father, their reasonable service, oh Father. We ask that you continue to lift them up, encourage them, oh Father, give them the strength, give them your Holy Spirit of wisdom, oh Father, of love. May we continue on in strength and encourage and never in fear, oh Father, because we know your kingdom is the only thing to look forward to. So may you continue to have us in this truth. May our eyes be open so that our bodies and our minds can remain open. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for your protective edge, oh Father. Thank you for our family, oh Father. Thank you for our friends, oh Father. Thank you, Ahaya Shahaya, for this truth. Thank you, Father, for your Son who gave his life so that we may have grace, oh Father. At this time, Heavenly Father, I ask you for all those who are in the body, oh Father, all those who are within this truth, oh Father, that you may heal them up from any ailments. Anyone with a fault right now, Father, may they ask for your forgiveness, and may you show them your heavenly mercy. Give thee thanks, Ahaya Shahaya, for another holy Shabbat. Praise ye, Ahaya Shahaya. Amen.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Yasharala.
Yasharala.
Ahaya.
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 Ahaya. Ahaya. Akkad. Shemai. Yasharala.